Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Weather Lab as we start our live coverage for this morning. Glad to have all of you here. Already seeing some people already into the Twitch forum, and let's check out, see what we have here in our community chat here. So far, it's pretty quiet. Welcome, Andrew Madden. I know that there's a lot of snowflies. As you can see, I already got my coffee with me, so I'm gonna need it. Because I woke up extra early for this rather than trying to stay up all night, which was a huge mistake last time. Bad migraine. But this morning, we're going to cover this snowfall. Not so much that it is a heavy snowfall, but more because it is a environment where this is happening at the rush hour, basically. And so I wanted to make sure that this is going to be covered. And even though advisories were put out, doesn't take much to create slippery roadways, and literally everyone's traveling right now. Either Hanukkah ended last night, you have Christmas Eve. Don't worry, Santa Claus is going to be okay. This is going to be gone by the time that Old St. Nick starts to head on out. But I wanted to walk through, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to do the updates so you can see what I do every day. So a couple people thought that'd be really cool to see. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to have a conversation. And of course, everyone who's a premium member in the premium chat room, if you have a question, you will get it answered. Just give me a minute because I'm going to be working through other things too. But also, if you're not a premium member, you could definitely watch along on X, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. So, got you covered. So, let's take a look and see what we're dealing with here. And of course, we'll talk about this weekend. I have been saying for quite some time, watch out for this time period for around the 27th, 28th, somewhere in that ballpark there between Christmas and New Year's. And that's exactly what's evolving because we have a negative NAO. Not a major, huge storm or anything of that nature, but certainly some snowflakes. And certainly at least a moderate snowfall threat. So again, if you keep to the overall expectations, then you kind of get a good idea of what this weather pattern is. Let me get this switched over. And of course it's not. Oh, I see why. Okay. Let me get rid of this. A little bit of a standby, not a problem. Let me see if I can delete this. For some reason, it took on the wrong Safari one. So if I move this over here, there, that's the problem. Okay, so we're going to delete this. There we go. Oh, look, now we're fixed. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to show you some of my process. I was working on some of the temperatures here. This is on the European. I like to look at this, and I do each city individually because I like to see what the general theme is for each one of these climate zones, like in Connecticut and New Jersey and Atlantic City. So that's why I was working on the 7-day forecast. I do it by hand because I know a lot of people like to automate this, but when you automate it, you actually miss some of the finer details that are showing up. And I'm going to talk about that in a few as we work through. But first, let's take a look at our observations here. A lot of interesting stuff taking shape here. I'm noticing that we're seeing flurries and popping out. The initial burst of the snowfall is the bulk of this whole situation for the I-95 corridor. It's already mixing with snow and rain down here in Freehold, right about here. Seeing snow here in Wrightstown. A lot of overcast cloud cover as we're starting to get over a lot of virga in place, but snow is starting to break out. And what I'm hearing around northern New Jersey is that these are big flakes in terms of what's covering the region here. So that's really a good observation. What this is telling me is that the initial warm air transport is already altering the snow, I guess you call snowmaking region, right? So the snow growth region. So we have a lot of moisture in the mid levels of the atmosphere already. I need more coffee, that's for sure. So I'll be doing that. and we're already seeing warming in the atmosphere. So this is eventually going to give way, and we're going to see a lot of precipitation break out this morning. And initially, you're going to see that cooling. And when you break out, you're going to have these big, large flakes that are going to be very wet, cover everything. Okay, and the reason why that is a concern is that everyone's heading out. It's 5:35. Most people are getting done with their shower, getting ready to jump on the road. Sometimes you have to be there at 9. If you're driving into the city, one accident easily costs you 2-3 hours. So you want to get out there early and try to get to work by 8, right? You don't want to be there at 9 because that's not good, especially if it's an office job. So everyone's getting out there, and you have these snowflakes, and you're going to reduce visibility, and you're going to cover your pavement pretty quickly. The good news is that the warm air is going to win this fight this time. And you can see, or here we are. This is 700 millibar frontogenesis. Now, what this is think of it like a tidal wave of warm air pushing northward, okay? And this right here is at the mid levels, kind of like that front, right? And you can see its influence here at 850 millibars. This is, of course, freezing temperatures. Here's our warm air. You can almost see like the wave here kind of showing up here, a bit of a trough. Now, part of this is because it's moving over to the Appalachians, but a lot of this is that warm surge, like a wave driving into the region. And this little signal is what's driving our snowfall. And this signal is also what's going to influence our forecast for Friday into Saturday. Okay, so just keep this in mind. This is not a strong low pressure system with deep cyclogenesis and developing off the coast and pivots and all that stuff. This is simply a tidal wave of warm air driving through the region. So we're going to be monitoring this, and of course, answering your questions as we go along. And as we go on later in the morning, we'll also cover our little thread. Obviously, there's no videos today, a public video, premium video, all that stuff, because I'm live. Can't do the video and live. It's kind of difficult. Hmm. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. So that is something we're going to definitely be watching. And I'm in Harlem, no snow yet. Yeah, in Harlem. Okay, it's going to be a burst, and then you're pretty much done. This is a salting job for the most part, for most of the I-95 corridor and for New York City, Long Island. This is a salting job to make sure that no one slips and falls, right? Then you don't have to hear any complaints or anything. Hey, you put the salt out, blah blah blah. By the time you're done, you might get some accumulation out of it, and then you're done. Um, so yes, morning snows are always a nuisance. I agree with that. Good to see people up and about, man. That's awesome. But yeah, I mean, this isn't it. As I said back a couple of days ago, this is not it. We got more on the way. I knew we're at that 2.9 inches for New York City. A lot of people are focusing on whether or not we get over 3 inches, um, because statistically speaking, that typically leads to a lot of above normal snowfall. Statistically speaking, whenever we go over 3 inches in December, things get interesting in January and February. The reason why that's a statistics, and I'll go over this map in a moment. The reason why that's a standing statistic is that you have to think about what is being said in December. In December, you have your cold air just starting to build in. Climatologically speaking, it's not really the most favorable month, and you're already setting up a pattern that is supportive of snow. So when you get into January and February, the whole cryosphere boundary layer has changed. Okay, and what has changed is that your sea surface temperatures are naturally colder because you already had cold air already in place, so you already have overcome that hurdle. Okay, then the other thing is that you've built up your snowpack over the interior. Okay, and that's really important. Even if we warm up and we melt the snow, you've already built up the snowpack in the interior. And where do we get our strongest cold air transport in many of our major winter storms? From New England, from the northeasterly wind. So if that's already running above normal, then that cold air mass is thicker and colder and deeper. So when it gets transported in, it's harder to get kicked out. That's why typically when you have over 3 inches in New York City in December, what it's really saying is not, it doesn't matter if it's New York City or Philadelphia or your backyard. What you're really seeing here is the overdevelopment of the cryosphere to support more cold air, fresher cold air, drier cold air to be built in, and then thus an adjustment in the storm track as you move into January and February. That's what's really happening. Whether or not it's in Manhattan or it's in Newark or in Poughkeepsie or whatever, it doesn't matter. What you're talking about is the actual environment. So I just wanted to go over that because everyone's hyper focusing on that. So I'm having fun with it too because it's a nice little gag statistic. So again, our forecast area, as you can see, I made some adjustments yesterday to the forecast, and generally what we're seeing here again, this is the premium member Google Zoom map, and what's awesome about it is that you can zoom in on it right down to your household, only expecting a trace to 1 inch. A lot of locations you're going to see snowflakes, a burst, and you're done. In Freehold here, I saw a burst of snow. It's already mixing with rain. Done. You had your trace. That's it. Same thing in Philadelphia. A lot in New York City. If you're in Harlem, if you're in the Bronx, Long Island, this is a boom burst done. Put out a little salt, you're good to go. As you go a little bit north and west of the cities, is where 1 to 3 inches. But again, the discussion here is most accumulation on cold surfaces, your grass, your car tops, stuff like that. Roadways are going to be slick. Again, that's where the salting comes in. This is not plowable, I don't think, for most of this region here. But once you get up into Scranton and once you get into the interior here, this is where we're talking about accumulating snow. Why? We're higher elevation, colder environment overall. I mean, let's take a look at the environment here. You can see your temperatures are in the lower 30s already with cooling. You're seeing the snow taking shape here. Notice your dew points at 26, 23 in Hazleton. So you're going to see, again, this is marginal. This is not a deep cold yet. So as a result, this is a very marginal event. But again, it's happening at the middle of rush hour, so I thought it was worthy to do a live coverage on it and also have some fun and holiday interest. So yeah, definitely a lot of interest showing up here for later on this week. If it's measurable, it counts. It is very true. Can't argue that. So now let's see here. Reading, PA here, nothing yet. Okay, we'll probably see that soon, based on. Let's see here. What did I put? Now in Reading, not expecting much here. Again, the warm is going to really invade you here in Reading, so it's probably going. Don't blink, you might miss it type of scenario here. But you can see there's the observations. Reading isn't reporting anything yet, but you can see the precipitation developing over you. Let me refresh this. I'll tell you what. Let me. Okay. So you see how this is kind of expanding here? Not always the best idea to use the rain snow line on the radar as a definite observation. You want to pair this with your observations that you see on here. Okay. So, and by the way, this is aviationweather.gov. You pay for it with your taxpayers' money already. So it's a great source to use. When you learn how to read it, this is temperatures, dew points, cloud cover. When it's closed in like this, that means it's overcast. And then as you can see, your precipitation like Trenton is at light snow. And if you learn how to, if you click on it, it actually breaks it down for you nice and easy. So we have light snow out here. It's going back and forth in Freehold between light snow and light rain, light snow. So again, not expecting a live accumulation, but a trace here and there is certainly a possibility in this setup here. Um, so let's see here. There's that. Now, while I'm doing that, I'm also going to start working on some of the updates here, and I'll also keep an eye on text that might come in. So we're going to be keeping an eye on all of this. Not seeing any type of signal of anything colder or warmer in this forecast right now. What you can do, sometimes I like to take off the winter mask because it could be a little bit deceiving and focus more on the intensity here of our precipitation. You've seen some bright banding here. This is most likely rain and sleet mixed in here. But you have, once you break the dry column, you get into a pretty nice burst of precipitation. That's essentially been the theme as we move forward this morning. But again, the good news is that we're all marginal here with our temperatures. Very, very marginal. So what that means to me, and currently I'm just at 35. So this is an extremely marginal event for the I-95 corridor. I'm concerned about the northwestern suburbs, New York City, not New York City, Sussex, northwest New Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, these locations here this morning. Again, for them, it's not even a major snowfall. It's just, again, the timing of this whole event playing out. So we have the 7 day forecast done. And what I like to do when I'm doing this is I like to look at the temperature here. And this is on weathermiles.com, pay for the data. And what I like to use the European data. The reason why is that it is statistically the best. And then what I do, I look at this, and what I'm not so much worried about the exact temperatures. Usually I'm tweaking this as I'm writing out the 7 day forecast that you can see on the Google map on the public page. But what I am very interested in is this here. Okay. Why am I interested in that? Well, when I'm looking at the temperatures here, okay, during this time period, first of all, we have, boy, have the temperatures knocked off the past couple of days for Friday into Saturday. Okay, it's much, much cold, literally like 20, almost 30 degrees colder than what we had 5 days ago. Okay, so that's huge. That should be a good lesson for you guys. This idea of jumping to conclusions 5 to 7, 7 to 10. Oh, there's no winter storms on the map. Now look what we're doing. This event right here, which was always kind of minor to moderate, was considered just rain a couple of days ago. And I was very suspicious of it, suspicious of this time period around the 26th, 27th. And the reason why is that when you have a negative NAO, then you have a ability to lock in cold air. And the reason why I broke down each one of these regions, okay, is because of this signal right here. See that 7? You know what that means? That means Arctic air. That means dry Arctic air. That means your snow ratios are not going to be 10 to 1, at least at the very start, but then you have a gradual warming. So this is going to be a strong isotropic lifting event that's going to have a chance to surprise. Okay. And I'm getting a little bit more concerned about the time period from Friday night to Saturday. Not like the Boxer Day storm, totally different development here, but certainly some very interesting weather to say the least. So I'm going to knock out some content here because we got the 7 day forecast done. I am going to knock out the travel forecast while I'm doing that. As you can see, the radar is showing plenty of activity brewing here. And let me just double check to see if we have any questions here. Based on your updates from yesterday, I understand the next 2 weeks will be in this progressive pattern. Is it possible it stays progressive through the rest of the winter? So instead of any big storms, we get these quick hitting storms. I could see that point. I don't think so. I think we're going to see a shift. I'm telling you, it's going to happen right when I'm in Houston too, right? Because we have the AMS meeting. That's why I tell these guys, don't hold it in the middle of winter. But what are you going to do? You see, the weeklies came out, and what caught my attention is that we go from this progressive pattern to the signal of finally building a ridge here. And if you could build a ridge here and you have blocking up here, hey, yeah, you're going to end up with below normal heights here. Now, again, you never take this verbatim. I think this might be a little too slow. But, but what this tells us is that the model guidance is starting to pick up on changes. And while that's happening, you're seeing this constant stretching of the polar vortex towards North America. So you start putting together all these signals here. And again, you don't copy and paste them and say, oh, look, this is going to be the pattern, blah, blah, blah. The GFS says this, the European says that. We're going to pick and choose and then go there. No, what you want to do is saying, what is the guidance trying to say here? The guidance is trying to say, hey, the polar vortex is not going to be sitting up over the North Pole. It's going to get kicked. It might get stronger in terms of its circulation, but the environment is to displace, to stretch, right? So, yeah, it's going to get stronger, but it's going to get displaced. So, it's going to take all the cold air with it, right? So, where is it getting displaced? It's getting displaced towards North America, where, by the way, Alaska is like a freaking freezer, all right? It's like as if dry ice got dropped in there. It's cold, like minus 60, minus 40. It's freaking insane. So you have all that cold air, dense cold air, getting driven. It's not going to go over the Rockies. It's either going to go to the west or the east of the Rockies. So think of it like maple syrup. So this is all going to get drained down, most likely to the east of the Rockies and spread out. And as it spreads out, it's going to be interacting with our subtropical jet stream, which is going to be amplified because La Nina is getting killed. So you have a combination of an increase in subtropical jet stream and a signal here for finally a pattern that shifts away from your progressive clipper type to, let's say, a little bit more interesting. And I would not be surprised if this is a little too slow and this ends up more towards mid January rather than early February. But either way, you are heading towards a pattern where you lock in this ridge here, you amplify this trough here, you have some blocking out here. Things should get awfully interesting around the East Coast, okay, for more robust. And remember what I said in the winter forecast um, back in October, I said, hey, watch out for the potential for if we see warming around Nino 4, which is out towards the date line, we start seeing more convection. Well, what are we seeing here? This is the 1 day anomaly here, and this is for December. And we're starting to see that warming starting to take shape here very gradually as our La Nina is falling apart. And here's the evolution of that as we head towards a weakening. Now we're getting a little bit of a surge here. It's kind of like a death roll here. But you can see the whole La Nina influence is shrinking here as we move on each day, right? And while that is happening, we're starting to see, let's see here, where is that image here? Is it here? No, maybe here. Ah, here we are. Perfect. We're starting to see, here's the date line. Okay, typically I want to be right about here. And we're seeing more and more of this convection forming. I'd probably want it to be more out here, but it's close enough. And what is this feeding into? Look at that. It's feeding here. Here's our subtropical jet stream up here. It's feeding into this. It's adding latent heat energy and moisture and short waves into this. As this grows and heads towards here, things get more interesting. And the guidance is playing catch up here to try to catch all that evolution. So that's going to be fun. But thank you for the question. That's an awesome question that I think that we're going to be seeing here. And again, I not once did I say, well, the malls did this, so therefore that. You know, when I try to show you that there's a physical connection. And this is why you have to study the equations and know them. I've been given for like, oh, you don't do the calculus. No, I don't sit here. You don't see me sitting here working on. Well, I do work on calculus because I'm a nerd, but I don't sit here for each forecast and fill out the calculus equations. No. What I am doing is taking what I know about those equations and using them for my forecast and then finding the errors in the model guidance and going from there. Let's see here. Snow. All right. So I'm going to, right now, I'm working on the impact maps. So not the impact maps, the travel forecast right now. So I'm going to be typing up that. Meanwhile, let's see here. Meanwhile, you guys pile up your questions. We'll take a look at the observations again. and you start to see warming around. Newark is already up to 38. That's a bit surprising. That is some pretty strong warm air transport. So they're pretty much, it looks like Long Island and New Jersey, central New Jersey, Philadelphia, you're pretty much done. You had your burst. You're pretty much done there. Newark, let's see here. This is up in Teterboro. You're at 34. You're seeing your snow. Uh, I'm pretty much looks like this is really starting to win out as far as the warm air transport here. You might get a couple more bursts like you are down here in Farmingdale, getting a little bit of light snow, but notice your temperature's at 35 already. That's pretty good warming. So that tells me, and let me reduce the density here a little bit. Okay, so you can kind of get the idea here that at the lower levels here, the warm air is winning this fight easily, and that was expected, right? So again, the I-95 corridor, the concern was always just slick roadways. Keep an eye on that. You didn't want to go and not salt because that would be a problem. So if you're traveling or anything for Christmas Eve, the good news is that this is going to be long gone. And it's actually going to be pretty quiet to head over to grandma's house or aunts or whatever, parents, all that good stuff. I wonder if is anyone doing anything. I know I'm going up to see my aunt. I'm looking forward to that. That should be fun. Um, Supposedly it's going to be a really great meal. It should be fun. Afternoon. Yeah, it works. So it's going to be interesting as far as my scheduling for Christmas because I'm planning on just kind of shutting down for Christmas after the morning, but I might not be able to, depending on how this evolves. I'm gonna have to. I'm probably gonna have to come back and do an update on Christmas Day, probably in the evening, at least the impact map. Get that situated. Probably gonna work on the impact map for premium members this afternoon once this thing clears out. So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a heck of a challenge. Uh, the good news is that there's no change to this going forecast. This all looks good. I'll leave this alone. 58. And better and better graphics, which is ironic because I can't even see the colors that I'm using. Kind of have like a color code chart thing on the side here that I use. Yeah, the only color I see is red. It's fun. Hmm. A lot of bright banding here. I suspect there's a nice little burst of rain and sleet in here down to southern New Jersey. Nice burst. Good burst up here. These are large flakes. This is probably a little burst of heavy snow up in northeast Jersey. Let's see if there's any. Let's see here. 37 now. Good deal. Okay, so 37 along around Queens. I know where Thomas is. See if there's any observations showing up here. So if you have observations and you're following along, definitely put them on X because I tend to be able to find them and categorize them a little bit better. Um, it's good to see everyone on Twitch. Nice to see you guys. Okay, so that's all set. Observations are set. got here. And wow, YouTube is really active here. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is actually I'm up at almost normal time. I got up an hour earlier just to make sure I got this. Temperature dropped from 32 to 30 with evaporation cooling the past hour. Yeah, the whole thing is that, a lot of the surprise here is I can't believe this changed. Guys, the reason why I picked up on this potential for our snowfall for this week is that it fit the pattern. Again, it's just a matter of recognizing what that pattern is. If you were looking for in the pattern a major blizzard or something of that nature, you weren't going to be able to pick it up because you're looking for the wrong thing. This is a textbook clipper pattern. What I mean by that is that you get a lot of fast moving short waves, and they intensify at the right time with isotropic lifting. You get a nice moderate snowfall. And what you just have to do is watch the waves in the NAO. And what I mean by that is watch the waves in the way that the blocking sets up, and specifically, where do you get a trough setting up around the Canadian Maritimes and 50 North, 50 West, lat longitude. The reason why that's important is that that sets the stage for your blocking, and then you can get some mischief. So you can't say like, oh, it's definitely going to be 6 inches of snow 2 weeks out in New York City. Anyone's trying to pull that nonsense is just kind of selling as snake oil. But if you're saying, hey, watch out for this time period for some mischief, then you're on the right track. Then you're doing the right job here in forecasting. When you start putting out, 15-day snow maps, you you lose your credibility. Come on, let's be serious here. There are better ways to describe how the pattern is evolving than using those. And by the way, the AMS with Joe Martucci, he did a great job. He is the chairman right now. I'll be the chairman starting at the end of January. We worked together on a statement saying, hey, if you have a CDM, cut the nonsense, basically. Okay. Which 99.999% of CDMs do. And CBMs, that's a certified broadcast meteorologist. But things are going to get interesting. That's all I'm going to say for now. But it's time to kind of step up and say, hey, cut the nonsense. Okay. So those are done. I'm going to let everyone know, of course, you know, because you're watching, that the 7-day forecast, which I did before I came on, is done. So let's copy that link, put it here. So if you're driving right now on the I-95 corridor, it's not a major event, but just be mindful when you're driving. Let's not do speeding. That braking might be a little bit more of an issue, a little bit slick roadways. Use some common sense. I know everyone wants to get to the airport or wherever they're going. Um, but if you do that, you'll be fine. Forecast and weather impacts on travel conditions are now updated. Now, normally, you're not getting the full experience of what I'm forecasting, unfortunately, because if I did the full experience, this would be kicked off the air because of music licensing. But typically, this time of year, I got a lot of Trans Siberian out. I got a lot of Metallica, so it's a little quiet this morning. Normally, it's like dun 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 dun, you know, stuff like that. It's almost very similar to the music I use when I'm powerlifting, which is kind of funny. Just put this image of this meteorologist doing like the calculations and the science, and they're like just head banging. It's like, but that's what I do. It's, yeah, Susan isn't up yet. She's sleeping. Light snow in Secaucus. Awesome. Oh wow, YouTube is fired up. Thank you. You know, you guys on YouTube are really, really impressive. And good morning to Philly WX on Twitch. Good morning indeed. I got everything. I'm learning the whole social media landscape. And what's ironic about me being so active on social media is that I am really an introvert. Like in person, I am not the type of person that is like running around like saying hi to everybody. I'm very much like in the corner, just kind of keeping to myself. Um, I don't like large crowds. Neither of us do. Me and Susan, we pretty much like our that's why we don't like going to the mall. We went to the mall yesterday, and that was just insane. You know, just dealing with all that stuff because it just gets way too busy. But we saw Santa Claus, and he waved to us, so that made our day. So, and then we had a nice little talk and give him updates on what to expect, so that way he's prepared. He's going to need Rudolph for the Rockies, that's for sure. So we let him know. Don't worry, he's all prepared. He's set. He actually has several elf meteorologists that I think went to Penn State. I think Penn State and OU. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I am definitely a major introvert. I'm just kind of sitting there like I do not like everyone. Like at college, everyone was like, "Oh, we're gonna go party." First of all, I don't drink, so that makes it interesting. Although I made pretty good money being a designated driver, so hey, paid for the books. Let's take a look at some of the observations here. Again, we're seeing a lot of bursts of snow. It's not going light. It's either going nothing or moderate, very fast. So again, this could surprise you if you're driving, but we're seeing. Let's see, Philadelphia's pretty much done at 37. You might get a little bit of cooling, but you're pretty much done. Wildwood's already at 40 in rain. That was expected. JFK, you're at 35 in snow. But again, why are these temperatures important? Because these type of temperatures, these type of marginal temperatures, if you have salt down, then it's just pretty snow in the grass. You're going to be able to overcome this very, very easily. I know Kofi really, really well. Well, actually, we worked together on some projects. Maybe what was it, about a decade ago? God, time flies. Good guy. I don't know about his show, but you know, definitely a fun time I had with Bobby, uh, EPAWA weather. That was a lot of fun. We talked about the long range. I went off on a little rant, which again he has limited time, so I apologize for that. That was just me. Once I get going, I just just go go go. Um, so now we're at the point where I'm starting to work on business profiles. Now, what I do for if you're not a business client, what I basically do is that you have a page dedicated for your business. And what I do is I create a forecast and a setup specifically for your business. It's usually already in my head. The idea is that you already have a game plan. So you're not always starting from scratch unless something really, really bad happened, in which then you have to kind of rethink everything. Um, but for the most part, the forecast is pretty much laid in. Again, what I want to do is create this game plan out. And then once I do that, then I can just start building onto it and moving it forward. So it doesn't take me forever to do. It's like, I don't know, like several clients, a lot of business clients. Yeah. Uh, Saturday morning. Bam. Okay, good. That looks good. So the idea is to build that forecast out. So if you're interested in a business page and basically what they get is that they get the opportunity, and I've been doing this morning, where they text me. I give them a heads up that hey, I'm doing live chat, so might not want to call, but definitely text me, and I will knock out your forecast and get all that stuff done. That's important. But typically the forecast is straightforward, and a lot of these guys are out there in the field right now, so they'll see their forecast later. But I like to have it done before 8 a.m. Before the workday really starts. They have their crew all set, and there's a lot of different payment options. Some guys like to do month to month. Others want to knock out the whole year. It kind of depends on how they set up their tax structure too, to be honest with you, and when they want to adjust that for their business costs. So, as always, stay flexible. As a small business owner myself, I get it. It's good. This looks good. School districts are always fun. There's a great thrill out of being able to say that you closed the school. I don't know. It's like that little inner child thing. It's like, yeah, you sent a forecast out that closed the school. Congratulations. And you might be thinking, well, Stephen, isn't everyone closed during this time of year? That is true. But, you can't just leave the parking lot full of snow just because there's no students or teachers there yet. You want to kind of clear that, or else you're going to have a mass of black ice all over the place, which is not good when the kids return. All right. So you definitely want to clear that out. So it's snowing in Hackettstown. We are going again, we're getting like these bursts of snow, then rain, and snow, then rain around here in Freehold. I'm expecting it to go over to all rain. Um, in North Wayne County, it's snowing really hard. Snowing in Lake Hop. Oh, okay, it's snowing there in Lake. Okay, so what's interesting with the observations I'm getting from everyone, and let's check it out on X as well, see if there's anything new here. Yeah, we got it. So I'm going to share some of that. Here we go. So we're seeing some of the snow. If you send it, when you send it, make sure that you also put in your location, not specific, not street address, but just the town, because in the National Weather Service sometimes takes some of this data too. Um, let's see here. Light snow has begun to fall, start as rain snow mix. See, perfect. Messassus Hills, New York. I am really good at butchering every name I come across. It's like a gift. Let's see what else we got here. Good morning. Da, da, da. Okay, so sharing that. Let's see. $1.7 billion Powerball tomorrow. Yeah, I already got my tickets. I like to buy it online. And if I get my tickets, if I win, I will fix the GFS. It can't take more than 1.5, right? I don't need much. Wasn't just a few years ago people were saying Clippers don't exist anymore? I warned people. Just so here's the thing. A lot of people get into this idea that just because it didn't happen within the past 5 minutes or 5 years, that it's never going to happen again. You could say that with sporting events, and you could say that with artists. Meteorology, weather, is billions of years old. You will see things again. 37 with snow. Not much rainfall today. We're looking at maybe 2/10 of an inch of rain at most, or liquid precipitation if you melt down the snow as well. So again, this is not a major precipitation event. I'll put it this way: if this was happening at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and I knew it was going to change over by 4, I probably wouldn't do a live coverage. But because this is happening at rush hour, hey, look, I just don't want anyone in an accident. It's the holiday season. Who wants to get hurt? You know, so we're gonna start off with a forecast here. It's the holiday season. We are going to jump around, but I do have to knock out this the client information here. Good news is that honestly, there isn't a lot of changes to the forecast. It shouldn't take me too long. Uh, okay. So part of the thing also is I either send texts or emails out to these guys. So we go back to the radar so we can watch that. See if there's anything interesting. We are seeing this right here. It's like you can see the different waves of warm air transport. This is all Virga. This is moisture at 700 millibars. This is 850 millibars. Here's the surface. So again, it's like waves pushing in of warm air. And you can see that clearly right here in this data. Look at that front justice. That's 700 millibars. Let's take a look at 850 millibars. See, it's a little bit more broken. You can see the cold air getting eroded. And 925 millibars, even more so. See, warm air definitely won over southern New Jersey already. This is why you're seeing your rain snow mix around Philadelphia and central Jersey. It's just marginal. But you can see your strongest lifting is clearly at 700 millibars. So let's see whether it's okay. So from 500 to 700, it's very weak. 700 to 850 is a little bit stronger. And then when you really lock that 700 millibars, excuse me, this is your strongest lifting right there. And so that is what is driving this. Interesting. Let's see here. With the winds here, right, northwest, northeast, right. So, so some of the things I do with the forecasting, they look for winds, they look for what type of timing in the precipitation. So we break that down. Usually I'm a little bit faster, but I also don't want to distract. I don't want to like ignore you guys either. Kind of do both. That's one of the things when it was suggested, like, hey, why don't you do live coverage while you're forecasting for everything else? And part of that is that I always get this paranoid feeling that I'm ignoring you guys, and you're just sitting there like watching me, and like, all right, well, what else is he doing? Um, but I get it. You kind of want to see what's going on behind the scenes. So. And we're well ahead of forecasting time to get this stuff out because usually I want to get done by 8. So we are well ahead of that. So, because I already did the 7-day forecast. And the reason why that's important is that we saw the type of Arctic air that we're dealing with. That's what's going to be interesting as we look forward for Friday into Saturday. Keep an eye not on the temperatures, but the dew points. Okay. Let's see what the model dew points look like out ahead of this thing. Because if the dew points are really low, then that means when you get the moisture thrown in there, there's going to be some significant cooling. And then that is going to be your new start point. And it's also going to alter your snow ratios. So your snow ratios, if we start out at 20 to 1, everyone eventually warms up to the 10 to 1, 8 to 1 range. But that process to get there might be even more intense. Um, that really and it's not so much the the whether or not it gets down into the 20s in Philadelphia, it's the gradient, right? So that's what's really catching my eye now is that it's not showing up well on the model guidance, but the theme is there, right? We're like, all right, We're driving Arctic air into this weather pattern ahead of a slug of moisture, which has been under forecasted since the fall, every time it interacts, and you're enhancing this gradient. See what I mean? Interesting times. That's all I'm saying. It's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Okay, so a lot of this though is going to be for Friday night, Friday evening, after the forecast time period. I'll leave that for now. Okay, so that's one done. And typically, when I'm doing this, is I'm just firing through it, boom, 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 boom. But I'm not doing that with you guys because I want to keep an eye on the observations and any questions that premium members might have. Our winds are pretty much light and variable, not very strong, but they're starting to shift out of the southwest as expected. Um, 38 and snow in Philadelphia. Well, that ain't sticking, but it certainly probably looks nice in the air. It's 4 minutes ago. JFK still at 35. This is 29 minutes ago. MVFR. You might get some delays here, some minor and moderate delays out here. A lot of it due to de-icing. Let's see. 33 moderate snow. Okay, and what do we have out here? Anything new on X? Sometimes it's hard. I have to go back and forth to get the latest observations, latest updates on X. I don't know why. One of these things, one of these days, I got to figure out how to configure X where I'm just like, when it comes to like what's happening, I just get sports stuff because I don't care about any of this other stuff. What I'm going to do. Price is just north of East Stroudsburg, all right, Mount in Monroe County. Price Township, 1,100 above sea. It would help if I read it this way, right? Temperatures down 2 degrees, 32 at 5:30. Now 30 degrees. Light snow barely covering the ground. You'll probably get a nice, good. You'll probably get a good 2 inches out of this. Again, I would not be surprised, right, in your observations, if you get from your National Weather Service, it'll say 2, 3 inches, but you're looking at the road and there's barely anything. A lot of this is going to be cold surface. Up here is going to be a lot of roadway, but here, all this cold surface. Make it look nice on the grass with Saint Nick and all that, and the reindeer and all that stuff. But yeah, that's what's lining up here. Okay, on to the next business client. Very nice stuff. So I'll drop these guys an email about that threat. And so what you want to do, if you're a young meteorologist and you're trying to figure out what you want to do, and you're saying, "Hey, it'd be cool if I did what Steven does." Um, there is no day off, by the way, unless it's high pressure. I'm just going to tell you that right off the bat. But for me, it's not work because it's like doing my passion. Like, let's be honest, I'd probably be doing something like this anyway. Even if I had no clients, I'd probably be up, following it and all that stuff. So I might as well get paid for it, right? Um, but even last night while I was sleeping, I woke up and there were like a ton of texts that I knocked out when I got up first thing in the morning. And that's the thing. Always tell your client, like, look, hey, look, you got sleep at some point. So, with that being the case, you do the best you can, and you answer as many questions as you can, but also make sure to give yourself some time off. In terms of going to the gym or going, like, we went to the mall. We didn't do anything with weather in the afternoon because we just needed to get out, and then we needed to get in because once we went out at the mall, I was like, all right, we have enough of people and everything else. Time to go in. And it's scary too. I've stopped going to the gym until after the holidays because my gym is at the mall, and I am convinced people have forgotten how to drive. I got driven off the road twice going to the Freeway Raceway Mall. Twice. No weather, just people not paying attention on their phones, screaming about the fact they couldn't get the G.I. Joe, the Kung Fu grip, or whatever the heck they were screaming about. Or what is it now? Flaboos or whatever? I don't know, weird shit. But, you know, I almost got driven off the road. I did. I had to pull off to the side. Wasn't paying attention. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I got rest anyway. I'm going to take a week off from the gym until after the holidays, and then I'll come back uh, that weekend because forget snow, man. People just aren't paying attention to what they're doing out there. And let's try see if the overlay work is doing better here. Winter mask. It's loading. There it is. Okay, not bad. It's getting a little better. It's definitely I got a nice little snow. I got the window open right here. Nice little snow. Unfortunately, my neighbor doesn't have the spotlight on. This is the old guy. He has this huge spotlight that goes on and off randomly. Of course, right in the middle of the snowfall, I don't get it to turn on. That would have been cool. Let's see here. So now we're on to the next one. Do a quick check. Make sure everyone is good here. Twitch. School isn't done for me yet. Last day, though. Oh, wow. Okay. So I don't know if Philly Weather is a teacher or a student, but I was kind of surprised that school is still going on around like the elementary and stuff. Like they were busting. I could have swore. So what? You're having them coming in on Monday and Tuesday, and then they're off for a week or something like that through New Year's, I guess. I don't know. Let's be honest. Those kids aren't doing anything on Monday and Tuesday. You know what they're doing? They're doing crafts. If you're in high school, they're just hanging like here, hang out at the desk. Don't get into a fight. That's what they're doing. I think the high schools are closed though. So we're stuck at 34.3 around here. We cooled down just a little bit. These are temperatures where it's just marginal for snow, like 32, 32 to 35. You could still get snow accumulation, but it's a heavy, wet snow. And typically, when you're at these temperatures, in order for it to accumulate, you need a good snowpack to begin with. Or already, where you start off at 30, you're at 35 in snow. You could pull it off that way. Let's see here. I wonder how they do like the radio shows every morning. I guess have a script on what to talk about and all that stuff. Then again, I mean we're talking about weather, so have celebrity gossip here. I wouldn't know half the celebrities out there anyway. Although I am noticing a lot of pop music is taking my generation's music and screwing around with it. And I think it's hilarious, but some of these pop artists they don't get the meaning behind the songs, so it becomes incredibly ironic to anyone who's Gen X when they see. Then again, our whole generation's all about irony and stuff like that. That's done. We have a song that's based on isn't it ironic, and the whole song has nothing but irony in it. It's all wrong, which in terms is ironic. It's typical Gen X. I wonder if someone does a sampling of that. That'd be funny. So we're seeing the snow break out. Very nicely modeled, by the way. It lines up very nicely. And I'm glad I backed off from the snowfall totals here yesterday because I just noticed the boundary layer. It just wasn't all that strong unless you get a really good burst. And typically in these events, your burst is right at the start and then it gives way, right? So trace, an inch maybe on the grass. That looks like it's working out pretty nicely. Pretty good snowfall down here. It's cool down in Wilkes-Barre. It's down to 32 again. Visibility down to 2.5 miles. Light snow. Winds aren't too bad. Let's see here in Monticello, 27. They're going to be snowing for good. This definitely is going to be pushing it 3 inch and higher. Poughkeepsie has fog right now. Precipitation is definitely breaking out. Nice rain down here. So that looks good. Let's see here. I'm not looking forward to January rush at the gym. There's a way to beat that, by the way, and that is just wear a hoodie and not say anything, and people just tend to stay away from you. And then again, like I go in there, I'm bench pressing like I I work up to 315, and then I go with a spot do like 420, and that typically drives a lot of the teenagers away. That is for sure. 37 in snow until noon. Probably not till noon. You'll probably give over to rain well before that. But if they go 2 days in December, it's 2 days less in June. Oh, that's true. I didn't think about that. That is very true. Uh, Calculus tests wait for no one. Oh, that's true. Oh my God. Calculus. Ah, yeah, yeah, you're right. In college, that's right. In college, yeah, you get you lose your mind with all of your finals right before Christmas. And then when you come home from Christmas, I remember one Christmas where I had just had final for in one day physics, chemistry, calculus 2 actually, um, and what was it? Was it which meteorology? Dynamic meteorology, right? All in one day, the last day. I was so fried when I got off the plane. My dad thought I was sick. He's like, "Are you okay?" And I showed him like the work that I did, and he's like, "If you get a C, if you get a D, I'm not going to complain. 'Cause I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at." So that was that was tough. But it's true. That's true. You do get out earlier in June. That is true. Although, do they even do snow days anyway? Because now everything you could do everything online now. So I mean, I feel bad for some of the kids. They kind of lose the magic of this snow day. Like, hey, no school, snow day. Like, it seems like they're losing that. It's so sad, because we used to. Okay, so again, I'm in Freehold. I grew up in Freehold. So this is what you would do. Okay, first the night before, and I had Cablevision, the night before, you do channel 33. Okay. And what you do while they do all the open access things and all like the weird people are doing like, strange art and stuff like that, you watch the bottom to see if your school was on the no list. Then, if you're lucky enough, and my mom took this really seriously. She was on the call list to call everyone out, right? To call all the parents. So you'd wake up at 5 a.m. Like you didn't sleep really well because you're waiting for that ring of the phone because back then it was just, it wasn't like a cell phone, it was just a regular phone, right? On the wall. So you'd wait for the ring. And when you hear the ring, it was the most beautiful sound you've ever had because you knew that that was it, that you were home. Because they usually didn't do that for a delay. They did it for when um, when the school was closed. If they were going to do delay, they did it. They sent it out the night before. Um, so usually it'd be delay and then close. Okay, that's all set. This one's going to take a little longer to type up. This one's a little bit more complicated. This update. Let's see here. Keep an eye on the text. So far, the guys have been pretty good with text. That. But yeah, that's a magical thing. I hope the kids get to experience that today, because there's nothing like it. It's like you wake up, you wait for it, and boom, you're done, all via a phone call, and then you gotta figure out what to do the rest of the day. Typically playing Super Nintendo, stuff like that. Mhm. If that. So I don't know. Do you guys have that experience as well? I know. I just love that. That was just an amazing, amazing thing. Lost to time, I guess. So this one, I have to be a lot more thorough with the forecast. So bear with me. We take a look at the radar here. There's definitely bright banding going on. I would not be surprised if you have rain and sleet going on in southern Jersey, right around Atlantic City. In fact, we're starting to show that a little bit. That's that cold air. I wonder. Let me see something here. Let's go straight to the basic observations here. There's still a lot of cold air, 850 millibars. You get enough mix in here. 925, I think, is your snow rain line. And then near freezing. See, this is going to be too warm for any snow accumulation when you're close to 40. But up here, yep, it is cold enough. Go. Do, 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 do. I got the song from Mary Brothers in my head. Okay, so pretty good snow. It looks like it's working out pretty good. I would not be surprised if Philadelphia back down to 36 in snow. I would not be surprised if Atlantic City comes up with it's missing data right now, but I would not be surprised if it comes up with rain and sleet or a question mark in the next 30 minutes based on what's showing up on the radar. Even Millville's down to 35. It's reporting rain, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's sleet mixed in there. Over here we've fallen again. We're down to 33.6 here in Freehold with snow and it looks like a little bit of snow and rain mixed in here. Okay, good. 15. Precipitations. 0 there. Here. Yeah, I got 4 different computer systems. My Windows computer is over here, so I can get buff kit data. That pretty much a lot of Mac. Let's go tomorrow night. I don't think we're going to see much in the way of any type of rainfall on Christmas Day. There's a sign here on some of the guidance of a few isolated showers, but 850 millibars is like down to 30% relative humidity. So I'm not sure if any of that is actually going to reach the ground. Hmm. keep the scattered clouds. Leave it that way. So much for the Christmas torch. We get up to lower to mid 40s for Christmas around here, which is not a torch. It's pretty much near normal. Um, I don't know. Tell you one thing, it is going to be bone chilling cold the day after. In Central New Jersey, you're going to have lows in the upper teens on Friday morning. And this guidance just keeps on getting colder. 5 days ago, it was forecasting low temperatures 39. It's now about 20 degrees colder. Interesting. Good. Yeah, it's starting to pick up more of that sleet in southern Jersey. Pretty good snow. It's actually big, big, fluffy. Not much is actually accumulating. It's a term that I would use called white rain, basically. Big snowflakes, not much accumulation, which was kind of expected anyway, but still. But it's funny, like the high temperature for Friday, again, it was up in the 50s. Now it's not in the 20s. That's insane. You know what's insane? Let me explain why it's insane. Is that the inability from even the maybe not rain, remix is the inability to pick up the low level cold air. The extent of it is what's impressive. It's a warning sign. So all you guys running around making these declarations of winter's over and large and February is going to be a torch and this and that because of La Nina. Learn from these lessons. Learn from these signals. It's an important signal. It's saying, yeah, might not want to jump on that warm sign just yet. 60%. Yeah. Scattered clouds. Cold day. That means, by the way, with the way that the temperatures are like a roller coaster, probably want to keep an eye out for black ice, icy conditions. You want to have the salt out even after a rainfall. Most of that just dries up, not an issue anymore. But if you want to avoid a lawsuit, yeah, I'm going to keep those the same. Then have the ice out. See if there's any. I grew up in Western PA. We had to make up every day we missed, so snow days were not frequent. I can count on one hand the number of snow days we got. I'm one of the old guys. We had to walk to school in the snowstorms uphill both ways with two wolves. I know. Any location reporting freezing rain. Thus far, no. It looks like this is either snow or rain. There's really not much in the way of any type of frozen precipitation. It looks like a wintry mix in Harlem. Yeah, so it looks like it's one of those environments where you go in snow or rain. It's not any like you get a little bit of sleet, but no freezing rain. Okay, so it's either going frozen or liquid, which is good. Good. No one wants freezing rain. I don't mind forecasting for snow, sleet, or rain, but freezing rain is horrible to forecast for because it looks like oh it's just rain, and so people don't take it as seriously. And you're trying to warn them, like, no, like this is dangerous. But they're like, it's rain, no big deal. Um, and that's when you get accidents. And you're like, there's only so much you could do when a client doesn't want to listen to you. But when I tell you, I'm like, hey, it's 32 degrees and pouring rain, or 29 degrees and 29 in rain is the worst because everything just gets covered in ice. And the worst part about it is that it's not like you could shovel it. You just have to wait for it to melt. So you're essentially stuck, right? So not good. So let me send this out. I'm just waiting for, there it is. Transfer forecast and send. Good. Pocono's down to 29. We were at 32 at 5:30. All right, so we're seeing the influence of cooling, evaporation cooling over the interior. Let's see if there's any other observations here next. Let's see. Crawford, New York, temperature down to 30 from 32.2. Light snow, very light northeast wind. Fresh coating on all surfaces. Watching the band from Middletown to Binghamton slowly creeping to the northeast. That is from Frank. Let's see what he's talking about here. This band right here. Let's refresh this. Okay. So we'll take off the winter overlay so we can get a better look on that. He's talking about this band right here. That's all driven by this warm air trying to push northward. Notice the breakup up here. So basically, once you get to this point here, you're losing a lot of your warm air transport, so you're losing your lifting factor. So that's why this gets all broken up. Um, a lot of convective precipitation down here, down towards Washington. This is probably your snow full rain line right here with your wintry mix. Let's see how that lines up with the observations. Yep, rain 35 in Millville. Wildwood, you got 40 southwesterly wind. Philadelphia just went to rain 36. Notice your winds go southwest. So there is your surface warm front right there. So north, there it is. Again, kind of like a snow rain mix. Not a lot accumulating out here. Nice snow northward. So yeah, this is actually working out pretty nicely in terms of the forecast expectations. No major surprises, which is always good. The one thing I always worry about when you have these type of scenarios is under forecasting that surge, and then you end up like 3 inches of snow in central New Jersey because of the strong isotropic lifting, and you just weren't cold enough, which has happened to me before. It is a very difficult to forecast. So because you know it's difficult, that's why you kind of get up early and make sure that, hey, everything I said worked out well. Everything's playing nice. Next, we're working on the next forecast. Right along. Then we'll do the discussions and we'll continue to watch this evolution taking shape. There's something about the winter mass that always kind of throws off for me the banding signals. Maybe it's because of my color blindness. I don't know why, but I always see this so much better. And you can see it's intensifying here. This is all snow here. It's just at the lower levels, at the mid levels, this is all snow. And you can tell that because you're -3, -4. See, there's what I was talking about, the warm air just dominating at this point, right down here. That's why this is all breaking up. So when we're talking about isotropic lifting, we're talking about the process of this gradient lifting to the northeast. So what you're essentially doing, you're lifting that cold air up and out. Okay. So your warm air is moving over it, over that cold dome, and it's eroding it, and that process leads to that precipitation. So the colder you are here, the stronger the gradient, and therefore the stronger the lifting. So you're seeing that all play out right in front of you, right here and right here. That's our observations. I'm waiting to see JFK go over to rain. Curious when that happens. If everyone is at JFK, let me know if you actually are seeing snow or if it's rain at this point. Newark is reporting cloudy skies right now. 35, dew point 27. I have to admit the precipitation is a little bit lighter in terms of the observations than what I was expecting. Just a little bit. I would have expected at least one good burst, and then you're good to go. You know, one of the things that's really kind of standing out to me too for Friday, so bounce around to that, is for the first time in this forecast, for the first time forecasting these type of clipper events, we're dealing with more of a northeasterly wind, which means that you can keep that cold air locked in if that verifies. Because almost every event that we've dealt with thus far, we've had north to southeast. We've had southeast to northwest. We never had a locked in northeast wind. And the reason why that's important is that what we're basically describing is the warming and cooling of the boundary layer, right? The surface. So if we have a locked in northeasterly wind for most of this event, that means that the idea of warming the lower levels of the atmosphere becomes far more unlikely. That's why you're seeing a colder solution showing up here. I think what's happening is that the model guidance is catching on to just how strong this surface high pressure is to the north around Quebec, all right, in the St. Lawrence River Valley. And so beforehand, it was clipper passage to the north of us, rain, no big deal. But then it's picked up like, oh, wait, there's actually a block here. Hmm. Well, if there's a block, that means the surface high pressure system is stronger. And it also means the storm track is further south. So then you had all the snow focused in New England, then Connecticut and northern and the Catskills, and now right over the I-95 corridor. Um, so it's not model trending, it's more of recognition of the pattern that we're in. And the question is, because the observations haven't changed, right? The question is, why didn't the models, and that's the AI model too, so why didn't they pick this up in the first place, right? Why? What are we missing in our physics equations that is missing this very important observation that, look, I'm good at this, but I'm not a super genius. You know what I mean? It's like, why wasn't this picked up in the guidance? And why is it that I could see it, but the model data couldn't? That's a good question to ask. So it's something that I'm trying to figure out myself so that way I can better forecast and find these errors faster. And part of that process is actually using the AI to say, okay, let's see what it's seeing, see what I can work with it. Let's see if we have any other, keeping an eye on. Making sure I don't have any emails from clients. That's always important. Always got to check that. And of course, YouTube is very busy. Let's see. My son had school yesterday. Today is closed for snow. Then February, my son has President's Day weekend off. Wow. Back and forth. There's definitely more weeks, wait, more days off than there was when I was a kid. Let's see. Collab with Bobby was great. You two are my go-tos. That's awesome. Heavy snow along the main line, Winewood. All right, interesting. Just bopping around, taking a look as I'm knocking this out. Let's see. Prince Township, Poconos now down to 29. Wow. 37 wind chill, 29. It looks like there's a mix in Harlem. I got a mix here. I'm not seeing much in the way of accumulation, but certainly a nice little mix. I might have to pause to go get more coffee. That is true. Let's see if we have any new observations in X world. And we do. So let's see what we have here. Let's see here. Light snow starting 36 in Medford, New Jersey. Nice job, Mark. And let's see here. Oh, light snow, light to moderate snow in Staten Island. We're seeing a dusting here. Very nice. And this is a nice Christmas feel to it. If you celebrate, I enjoy this. Middletown and the guy's not picking up to block comments. So true. And they say we won't need humans Mets. Ha. Yeah, I kind of got a kick out of that. There's a lot of people running around saying that um, AI is going to replace meteorologists, perhaps the bad ones. Um, Not me though. It will not replace me. Sorry, Terminator. Um, but no, it's not. See, the whole thing when it comes to AI, when it comes to forecasting, or pretty much anything, if you live in fear of it, then yeah, it will replace you because it's just you're not going to be able to learn how to use it. This is how AI is going to work out. Those that are going to be able to utilize it to improve their abilities are going to do very well with AI. Okay, because you can use it to kind of jump over um, some of the tasks, but if you if you use it in such a way that just replaces what your normal process is, then it's going to basically replace you because you're not looking for the errors and it's going to assume that it's okay to have a human with six fingers, for example. Um, but what you can do is use it as a template, right? And take your experiences and reduce some of the busy work that um, you're confident in, and then go from there. So if you use it as a supplement, as a tool, then you'll be fine. If you're using it as copy and paste and just kind of being lazy and not following up on the work, then it will replace you. Because if you have an employer, the employer is going to be like, well, why do I need you? And you're just copying and pasting this thing, and I'm assuming it's right because you're just copying and pasting it. Bye. Whereas if you take it and then you put your spin on it, then you're going to be fine. And that's going to be the difference between people that get laid off and people that don't. How do you adjust to that? And it's no different than any other technology advance that we've seen, over the decades and centuries. When we first had uh, the industrial age, people got replaced because they didn't bother learning the technology. But those who did really well were the ones who, A, understood what the work that was being replaced, B, knew what their deficiencies are, focused on those deficiencies, and then became wealthy because of it. So that's what you have to do. Look at what AI is deficient in and become the master of that. and at the same time understand what it's doing, and then you overwhelm it. Now, in terms of forecasting, what AI is based on is statistical analysis. Okay. So it has no physical properties. So its limitation is understanding actual meteorology. Okay. So by knowing that, you already know where it's going to screw up. And you could take that, master it, and set yourself up. So it doesn't have to be a big scary thing. Change is always scary, but if you know what to look for, 9 times out of 10, you'll be fine. That's all. That's one of the things I'm going to be talking about to the AMS on in next month. You know what I mean? Like how to use it, how to use it properly. Do that, you'll be fine. Okay. So New York's done. I'm going to send off some emails though. But before I do that, let's see what we have here in observations. So, let's see here. 32 flurries in Hartboro, PA. That works. Oh, good. New observations coming in. When you see this, it means new data is coming in. Let's see what we got. Sometimes you got to be a little patient, though. Takes a little time. There we are. Okay. Well, Wildwood's down to 37 with rain. Um, Philadelphia is reporting a mix snow and rain, kind of like here, a mix of snow and rain. 33.3 with snow and rain. This is the type of environment where it's just slick out. JFK, snow and rain, 36. Bridgeport, you're at snow, 32, 36 degrees. Let's see if I can get more observations. Here we go. Okay. So in Sussex, we have 30 degrees and light snow. These guys up here is where I think we're going to get that chance of getting over that 3-inch mark. So like these guys up in here. Snowing, a nice good clip. Scranton, 31, light snow. Mount Pocono, light snow. I am not seeing any types of signals of, well, here we go. Monticello, 3/4 of a mile, light snow being reported. I am not seeing any signal here for that heavy burst that you typically see in these type. The radar certainly showing it, but I'm not seeing it in the observation. So if you guys are seeing any good bursts of snowfall, let me know. Out here in Freehold, I kind of have this, I guess I could call barely a trace out here. Um, Kind of a rain snow mix of very wet snow. I wouldn't even call it accumulation. Um, I wonder if New York City will pick up its 10th. If not now, certainly in the coming days. Looks good. Looks like the malls are actually locking in for this event too. Yeah, I've been talking about Friday's event. I'm very interested. Oh, the Discord. Let me check out the Discord. Oh yeah, I see it. Snowing hard in Philly suburbs. Got a trace. There's a couple people in the Discord, but I run a Discord as well for this. But I typically don't put it publicly, just because some guys there can be a little bit much. So I gotta be careful. Let's see here. When you copy paste the text into your message, it treats it as a duplicate text and warns you. Apparently, AI doesn't like copying and pasting. Oh, okay. That's probably why. Yeah, I have an AI bot now in the Discord based on some observations that some people were sending me. That basically is trying to cut down on some of the stuff out there, if you can. Uh, see here. Are we still in a drought? Yeah, right now we're still in a drought. But I think we're definitely heading out. It's really interesting with generation AI and weather. Gen AI is generally bad at math. Well, we'll see. A lot of people are acting like as if the AI guidance is like a crystal ball, and it really isn't. It really isn't. It's a tool. That's all. If you treat it like what it is, it's just a tool. Then it's not anything big and scary. It's not anything other than what it is. Uh, let me let me go and set up some of the emails I gotta send out here. Let's see here. There we go. Let me go and set up. I'm gonna set. I have to send out a couple emails. So I'm gonna knock that out. Yeah, I'm starting to warn my clients about the nature of Friday. It's definitely accumulating snowfall. That's for certain. Friday night, and the thing is that this is occurring during the coldest time period of your day. So there is no question whether it's going to accumulate or whatnot. It's just a question of the structure of the event. So, what I like to do is give my clients a good idea of when I'm expecting more updates and how I'm structuring it. That way they know what to expect, you know? Um, I think that's a good way of going about the forecast overall. Okay, that's done. That. Let's see here. Bam. And I've got one more to go, and then we will check out, see what's new with the observations. Good, good. Okay. Good. That's done. Shooting everything out. Beautiful. Okay. We are doing good. We're making great time too. All right. All right. Yeah, so definitely no videos today because I'm literally in one right now. Let's see. We got any new observations here on X? No, more followers. Welcome, guys. Let's see if there's anything new on here. Just win the 1.7 billion Powerball. You can have 80s and 70s on demand. That's true. Your coverage is the best. I appreciate it. I'm trying. I'm kind of new to just doing the streaming like this. Are you excited yet for Friday night, 4 to 8 inches for the Tri-State area and surrounding areas? Is the 925 and 975 millibar dry air risk for Long Island? Is that a wild card? That's an interesting question. Um, I am interested to see the dry air transport, the mid levels, to see if that creates initial virga. But I don't think that limits the overall environment. What it does is it would create a colder environment. Um, I'm gaining more confidence that my suggestion 15 days ago that to watch out for this period is going to verify. It certainly looks interesting. Definitely have to dive into more of the data. Uh, let's see here. Certainly looks cold out there today. Colder than out, cold. I got it. I think I get more coffee. Certainly looks colder out there today than what the model guy suggested. It's a bit. It's a bit. Not significantly snow. And I got like a little slush on my car, but nothing like too significant. And not a lot of it's now like a watery snow, if anything. Um, can just imagine what we see with a cold high sitting over southern central Quebec with moisture on Friday. Yeah, it definitely is catching my attention. I mean, could we see a similar snowfall to what we saw, or overperformance, so to speak, or underperformance of my forecasting? Um, it has crossed my mind. Um, I'm planning on really diving into everything on it. I think last Sunday looked better aloft. If the high builds any more Friday, Long Island fights dry air, and 3 to 5 inches might struggle. Um, Not in this environment. Okay. If anything, I'd probably make that argument for New England than I would for anyone in the Mid Atlantic. I wouldn't follow any guidance per se. Like, see, that's the thing. Like, you don't just follow a guidance. You look at everything, and you look at what the overall theme is. So that's my suggestion is that you look at everything and you ask a very important question. And that question is why? Why is the model why is the model doing what it's doing? And then you can get that. Let me go drop by Twitch and see if there's any questions on here real fast. Oh, there's a couple. I apologize, Philly. Let's see here. Uh, Why is the GFS showing a colder scenario than any other model for Friday? And also, why does it have more liquid precipitation? From what I saw of it, I don't want to answer this. the GFS has a natural cold bias to begin with. The AI is even worse, by the way, um, especially when you get out into mid and long range. So you have that going there. Then you have it might actually be dealing with a little bit of convective feedback. There's a sign of it, but I'm not too confident of that just yet. The moisture aspect, that might actually have it right. Think about this. All through the winter, oh, fall and winter, the precipitation has been more than what was forecasted. We're still in a drought, but it hasn't been able to handle that very well. So it's certainly a thought there. It's certainly something to consider. Basically, white rain outside. Yeah, for a lot of you guys in the I-95 corridor, it's the same thing what I got here. Yeah, it looks nice. Actually, I prefer this around the holidays, quote unquote, white rain. Because let's be honest here. All right, you have your gifts getting sent out, you're waiting for packages, you're sending stuff to grandma's house and all that stuff. And, you know, who wants to have all that stuff delayed? Does anyone remember? So it's been snowing a good clip in Middletown for a while, down to 33 with a nice solid coating over there. We're actually down to 33 here. We're still like a mostly rain here though now in Freehold. So I'm a little concerned here that we might be getting a little bit too close to maybe some freezing drizzle rain here, which is something I do not want. Let's see what new observations we have out here. Uh, let's see here. Lights, steady light snow in summers in Bedford, New York. Solid coating so far. There we go. Good job, Anthony. Dusting and Warren so far. See if we can get our low end here. New observations. Looks like a wintry mix in Tom's River, 35 degrees. Let's see what else we got here in Doylestown. We got light snow, 35. So yeah, these are very marginal temperatures here that we're dealing with. Now the Friday event, that won't be marginal. That won't be marginal at all. Those temperatures are going to be more than cold enough. Okay. Let's look at 7, 18. Yeah, I don't have a cold. I just every so often my sinuses act up. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. It's probably dust or something in the air. That and cold air, warm air messes with your sinuses this time of year. Knock on wood, I haven't lost my voice yet. That usually happens where I get like a every every year around the fall and winter, I get like this cough, this annoying dry cough. I've been drinking more green tea this year, so maybe that's the key. Go. Good with our temperatures here. Yeah, so we're knocking out another client and getting this done in between the observations. Again, one of the things I'm really happy about is that overall the general idea of the forecast is working out pretty nicely. Reading is actually getting some moderate snow. There we go. AVP, Scranton, light snow, 6 mile visibility. So we're getting some bursts here and there. I think it has to do more with the lifting parameters playing out. where you have strong lifting, you're cooling the atmosphere just enough that you're getting that burst. But this is a very wet snow. If you're talking about snow ratios, you're talking about ratios 10 to 1, 12 to 1, 10 to 1, 8 to 1, stuff like that. So big, huge flakes, and then over the rain, and then big, huge flakes again. That's essentially the theme so far this morning that I'm getting from the observations from you guys that you are sending out. But I'm just taking a look at Philadelphia, for example, for the forecast for Friday. Um, Here, let me go show this. This is really cool. Let me go. Uh, where are we? Here we are. Okay, Philadelphia, 10-day trend. Let's see here. This is for, look how it's trended. Now, let's see. 6 days ago. 64, 62, 67. Look at these forecasts in the 5 to 10 day time period. 60s, the ridge. Then it started to recognize the high pressure. It dropped it almost a good 30 degrees for the high, 42, 34, 33, 31. It's just getting progressively colder. Same thing for the next day, 67, almost 70. Now we're down to 36. Look at those trends. So just to kind of take that, I think what's happened here is that the operational kind of recognize, like, oh, wait, there's a block here. So we're going to eliminate all these warm signals and we're going to go below normal. And I bet you this ends up being way too warm too. Look at that trend. Now, once you get under 3 days, you kind of lock in pretty well. And there's some time periods where the forecast really worked out really well. You had some errors up here, but overall, it's not too bad from time to time. I think once it gets into a cold air mass, it locks in and does well. But when it's trying to transition, it just gets way too warm. Interesting. So it's not handling the blocking very well. And so it's not handling the low level cold air. Now we'll see whether or not this verifies as this gets colder. Interesting. See, it's not specifically the model data. What I'm looking at here are the trends. And look at our low temperature trends for this. We're talking about 50. We're 25 degrees colder now. So, what does this tell me as a forecaster on how to handle this type of data? It tells me beware of talks of torch, or else your forecast might be torched. Holy smokes! What an error! Wow. So when you're talking, when you see that type of error in play here, I mean, whew, you're gonna have to stay on your toes as a forecaster. And I probably wouldn't be running around screaming about torches or anything for January and February. Just saying. Certainly wouldn't be condescending about it, I'll tell you that much. There's some individuals, I will not say their names, but come off a little rough. Anyone that disagrees with me is wrong. No. Well, obviously, I mean, you think that they're wrong, duh. But always be humble in meteorology, always. Because when you start going around saying like anyone who disagrees with me is wrong, or is not a good meteorologist or anything like that, you will get smacked in the face. It's just the nature of the business. So if you get a tweet saying, and this is for all you young meteorologists out there, like, hey, X, Y, and Z is saying this, but you're saying that, the best way to go about handling that is saying, okay, I like my going forecast. The person you mentioned is a good meteorologist. We'll see how it works out. That's it. You don't want to get. There's a lot of people that like to get drawn into drama, and that works out. That could be something that you get drawn into if you're young. like 19, 20, especially when you're in your 20s, you're trying to prove yourself to everybody. You kind of get into this idea like, oh, how dare they disagree with me, and me against the world and all that nonsense because you're trying to prove yourself, you know. Um, but that could lead to a big problem. Um, so yeah, don't do that. Don't bother. And see, 99% of the time, they don't even that meteorologist that's being compared to you may not even know that they're being compared to you. So it's not fair to them either because they don't have a chance to defend their forecast. Whereas I'm sure if you had a discussion with them, you would agree 99% of what you're saying. And half the time, the stuff that's being brought to you is third hand and misrepresented of what that person actually said. So why get yourself into an argument or into some sort of personal attack or anything for someone that said something that is completely different from what you were saying? With that being said, always try to learn. Try to stay humble, always try to learn. Always try to improve. So we're knocking out one of the last forecasts here, business forecasts. We're actually well ahead of schedule. So yay. I thought I'd be going to be well behind. But typically when I'm getting to these things, my mind is racing. So I can knock out these forecasts faster. And yeah, sometimes I do see it like numbers in my head, like like that one thing was that movie where the guys in Vegas. I forgot what it's called. The bachelor party. I forgot what it's called. Looks good. Yeah, fix this. Not bad. Yeah, I do not like automating the data. No. I worked for a company way back in the early 2000s that thought it was groundbreaking of automating the data and averaging it together. And then I asked the question, what if you get bad data? You're averaging in bad data. Well, then, it would disappear in the next run. Like, no. So you're going to have clients swing from one point to the other completely confused. Well, then you explain it. Like, okay. So basically, you make the work 10 times harder. Wonderful. Let's see here. Oh, new radar data. Let's reset this. Okay, so we're seeing a little bit of reduction in the bright banding, at least it's the intensity of it. Let's see how the warm air is doing here. Okay, so our 850 millibar temperatures are steadily warming. Let's take a look at 925. Then a lot of your warming is happening at the lower levels here. The mid levels are really putting up a good fight. Yeah, I got a little bit of 33 and light rain is not what I want to hear. Not what I want to see. I got a little bit of a sheen on my car. Don't want that. Nope, 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 nope. So keep an eye on that. We're still above freezing by a degree, but really don't want to push my luck here. Trenton is back to 34 and snow. So why are we seeing rain, snow? Okay, so let's go to the radar here. What are we seeing here? You see this little heavier band? Okay, so when you have strong lifting coming in, what's happening is lifting. You're cooling the atmosphere. We're at such a marginal state in terms of supportive for snow. The mid levels are cold enough. The lower levels barely, if not at all. So when you're having that lifting, it cools it just enough to turn it over to snow. And then when we have the sinking coming in, that's going to lead to changing back to rain because you're sinking the air and warming the layer. So that's what we're seeing here. That's why we're seeing that switch back and forth. But that's really going to limit your accumulation. Again, Trenton, I had in that trace right on the edge of that 1 to 3 up here. But again, a lot of this 1 to 3 that I have highlighted here is a lot of that is on the grass, not on the roadways. So I'll put back on the winter mask. And there it is. So that's why you're seeing that. See how it's kind of like jumping, right, in this area, green to white, because it's just the lifting, right? It's just you're just seeing the cooling in the column, whereas this is steady and this is steady. No updates here. Okay. See what we have here on X. Any new updates? Oh, we got a couple observations. Let's share them. Let's scroll down. Okay, so let's see here. Vacation on the sea. Some snow this morning in Lebanon, PA. Set the mood 2 days before Christmas. That is true. He added everyone on that. Jim Cantori. Jim's a good guy. Let's see here. Let's take a look at that. Oh, oh, oh. Let's not do the music. We'll do that. Look at that. But I love the song, by the way. I do love that song. Very nice. See, for me, I consider it a white Christmas, even if it's a day after, like the Boxer Day. But I white Christmas for me. 12 days of Christmas. It falls. Done. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. I spent my entire childhood with grass, and that's it. No snow. The idea of a flurry on Christmas was, or even before Christmas, was so exciting. So that's what I grew up with. Uh, oh, that's a good song too. Yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. It's snowing in Hamilton, Mercer. Make sure I did that. Yeah. So look at that. That's just beautiful out there. Yeah, don't forget the cranberry too. That's true. Cranberry sauce really makes a nice meal. Well, combination of everything else, of course. Good morning, East Bradford Township, Chester County, PA. Look, that's beautiful. Again, we want a nice snow. We don't need crippling snow this time of year. Let's see here. Of course, a lot of the major guys, major media, they typically like to come in and ask for if it's okay they use your stuff. Give me 1 second. I gotta get some observations here. One of the clients I actually do as charity is a turtle reserve. Because me and my wife we love turtles, except for Gamera. And so I collect data for them. So let me knock that out, and then I use it and get the climatological averages that they're concerned about. So let me knock that out there. And the other one, let's see if they actually fix their data or not. Oh, look, they finally fixed their temperatures. Well, what do you know? Okay, good. They were missing for a couple of days, so I'll have to come back in a couple of days and see if they fixed that. When you're doing climatology reports, if it has missing data, you put in MM, and don't try to extrapolate because that's just going to lead to more errors. It's better off just do MM and then do a reanalysis later, going forward with other spots, other locations, and try to average it out. Give it a couple of days. Sometimes the National Weather Service fixes it in the long run anyway. And let me fix their long range forecast. I can't believe it. Where did the year go? I think it went that way. I think as you get older, the years just get faster and faster, except for baseball seasons when you're a Met fan. But I'll leave that alone. Um, when it comes to the long range pattern, I am very interested in seeing what's evolving here. I mentioned this last night where I mentioned I'm going to have to get more coffee. The reason why I am interested is not specifically any outcome here, it's the theme. Okay. For weeks, we've been dealing with this clipper pattern where I've been saying if we don't have a ridge out west, we can't get a big, big storm, like the 1 to 2 feet type thing, the pivot, all that good stuff, the nor'easter, right? You can't have that because you don't really have a strong ridge out here. But the theme, I think the timing might be a bit off, but the theme here is that we're going to get rid of that trough over the Gulf of Alaska and replace it with a ridge and a powerful ridge. Now, I think this is too slow of a process, but the key here is the process. And this is going to continue to transport plenty of cold air, but now you start to open up that time period. We get that ridge out here in the Rockies. Game on. Again, I wouldn't take this verbatim, but the process is finally showing up, right? And there's been hints of it on the ensembles of retrograding that ridge that's been over Texas and shifted towards the Rockies. This is another signal towards that. So, some interesting stuff to say the least. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks good. So, I'm making some tweaks with another long range forecast. Let's take a look at the overall theme here. Now that is interesting. Hmm. Now, if that is the case, we're seeing above normal precipitation, below normal temperatures. But what is the most important thing here? It's not, I'll give you a hint, it's not the temperatures, it's the gradient. The fact we have well above normal. Okay, let me try to get out of here. You see this? This isn't just oh, it's slightly below normal. This is a storm signal because you have well above, below. So you have some sort of storm track somewhere around here, somewhere between the New Jersey coastal waters and the New Jersey coast, up towards the benchmark. We call it the benchmark because that's where we like to focus for our best snowfalls, 40 north, 70 west. Very interesting signal. Let's see if that signal stays put. Let's see. And again, this is in January. This signal just keeps on showing up and it gets stronger. So for me, it's not how cold this is, it's how strong this gradient is. And then you combine that with our moisture output near to slightly above normal. See, this is why you don't run around saying winter's canceled or any of that nonsense. Interesting data. Interesting. I have to get more sleep at some point. Let's see if we have any more new observations here. No, I would not go out fishing today. I definitely would not. No. No, Tom, stay in. Don't get yourself sick. In 5 months, Steve will be saying upper 70s over the interior and upper 50s on Long Island. In 5 months, yes. Sure. We'll see. 5 months. That's March, April. Yeah, that sounds about right. The Atlantic keeps you cool. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we got new observations, and cranberries. Hey, Mark, send me over some of those cranberries. That looks good. Oh, that looks juicy. Now we're talking. That is some good cranberries. Let's see here. I'm not sure where this is out, but certainly some pretty good snowfall. And Crawford, New York, about zero point 0.6 inches, just like this. Share this as well. Nice. So we definitely have seen our snowfall. There we go. Yeah, I can't risk doing the radio and stuff. 1032 high to the north. Great cold air damming. That is true. Dowstown. I'm checking out YouTube. See what we got here. Let me check out Twitch as well. Let's see here. So Twitch is good. Hello, everyone on Twitch. Down, New Jersey, light snow right now. Had to replace a wiper blade that was destroyed by ice from the last storm. Let's see here. That's not good. Complete snow coverage in Malvern. Okay. Do you think? Uh-oh. Let's see here. I'm not sure where Delaware weather guy. I'm not sure what town, but they're reporting 0 0.3 to 0 0.4 of an inch on all surfaces and streets. Okay. Rain for Manchester, Toms River. That sounds about right. Toms River, Lakewood. You guys are always going to be. I meant going forward. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. I probably, yeah. Your days outside fishing are going to get limited. I would agree. There's no disagreement there. Okay. I'll check all the emails. While I'm doing this, I'm just doing a quick email check for clients. See if anything stands up. No, it looks like we're good. We're in a good place. That's always good. Okay. Back to the observations, sir. Look at that. Refresh here. Fix this. There we go. And I tell you what, let me put surface. Okay, surface. Oh, there it is. There's the one front. It's starting to report snow out here. I'm not really seeing a whole lot out here now. Daylight, I think the snow threat. I mean, I'm getting little snowflakes mixed in with the rain, but this is predominantly rain in Central Jersey. I'm up to 33.3. Keep on rising. Keep on going. Now it's just more liquid on the car. That's good. We do not want snow. I forgot to put on my lights in the back behind me. Oh well. I was rushing. I actually have it on a timer. I promised my wife I would not have the garland on 24/7. Um, so we have the garland on, I think, from 4 to midnight. I sometimes turn it on myself. It's pretty good here. Huh. Philadelphia is still reporting a wintry mix here. Okay, so Massaquan, Long Island is Mess Massaqueak. Okay, Long Island has been all rain past hour. That makes sense. To 37 up here. So the good news so far is that the evolution of this forecast has pretty much panned out as expected, which I'm very happy about. My biggest fear was that I was too warm, to be honest with you. So here is waiting on more observations. And let's see what it does for. See, there's the key right there. Look how strong this high gets as it's approaching. 1034. That's impressive. That's your typical cold air damming right there. That's something beautiful right there on the AI guidance. Now the question is, how long does it stay in put? Now look, here's the difference between the warmer solutions and the colder ones now. This high isn't just flying out, it's stuck up here. So you just have that constant cold air transport, and that's why this is your freezing line at the surface. This is your 35-degree line. That's why it's wow, nice push of warm air. And do we get a little bit? Yeah, we do. So this is a Clipper slash hybrid Miller B, still pushing out, still moving quickly. This isn't a long duration event, but it's driving the Arctic air southward. And you can see the cold air damming via, you see this little kink here? See this? This is clear cold air damming signal. So you have your low pressure system here, new one developing here, and we're caught in the middle with that cold air. So that's the signal. But I'll give you something that's even cooler that I saw at the mid levels for this event. Um, Here it is. Okay. So this is at 850 millibars on the European. And what I want to show you, okay, there's our cold air building in, right? And there's our nice gradient at midnight. Watch what it does. Okay. 12 a.m., 1 p.m. Friday. Again, what I want to show is just, it's not very impressive at 850 millibars. Your low level cold air is colder. Okay. This is marginal. Friday. Look what happens Friday evening. Look at this. Between Friday afternoon and Friday evening. See that explosion? See that? See that cooling? What is that? That's the model taking strong lifting motion and cooling the entire atmosphere. And it's showing up on all the guidance. So this signal, this burst, and it gets even stronger. So we start at marginal, very strong. Why is this important? This is telling me that the low level cold air is getting transported in, the isotropic lifting is creating strong lifting, and that strong lifting is cooling the entire atmosphere, which means you're also increasing your snow ratio. Now, what does that look like at 700 millibars? This is the omega. This is rising air. So you're taking the difference of pressure from the surface up to 700 millibars. All right, and the stronger the difference, the stronger the rising air. So here we are, Friday morning, very quiet, not much going on. Friday afternoon, ridge axis, very quiet, nothing going on. Boom. Look at that. Boom. Very strong lifting. So that explains why you're seeing the 850 millibar temperatures cooling like this. You're having strong rising air, which further cools the atmosphere, which sets up a very, very interesting snowfall threat here for the I 95 corridor on Friday night. Mm, I'm going to need more coffee. This is getting very interesting, guys. I think that for Friday, I'm definitely, I was thinking about having no live coverage, no premium chat or no chat, right, on Wednesday because Christmas Eve. And it looks like you guys are going to get two live coverages this morning and then Friday night. Um, Very interesting. That is one very strong high. Go make green tea and sit outside. Don't and do observations in Queens. Sounds cool, Thomas. Yeah, so that whole that's going to be something I'm going to have to be working on quite a bit to move forward. I'm going to take 2 minutes. I just want to get more coffee. And Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Thank you for the tip. Awesome on Facebook. That is really cool. I'm going to be back. Give me 2 seconds. I just got to make the coffee. Oh, see, I got it. Nice. Okay. So I'm just going to make some coffee. God knows I need it. And reset. So I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Let me put a clock on here, in fact. Let me fix that. That way you guys know. Cut down. Give me 5. I don't know how long it takes, but there we go. There. All right. Got the clock in there at 5. I'll be right back. I gotta make some coffee. Coffee time. Oh, oh, nice little slick spot out there. Coffee. It's snowing outside. All right. Yeah, it is definitely snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh, wow. Yeah, there it is. There's my trace. Verification. Thank you very much. Nice. That's beautiful. It's close enough to Christmas. It's a white Christmas. I'm taking it. Oh, yeah. It's beautiful now. Look at that. Low snowfall. I'll take it. Got my trace. Back a little bit. All right. Nice. Oh, this is nice. Oh, we're back just in time. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze too, which is great. All right. When you pulled the all-nighter, I was impressed. I was impressed too, because normally I don't do that. I'm in my 40s. I can't do that anymore. I used to be able to do that no problem. In my 20s, pull an all-nighter, then go to my second job, then come back and crash. Can't do that stuff anymore. Uh, so, update. Let's share this on X. Rain has changed over to snow in Freehold, New Jersey. It was roughly at 7:50 a.m. Trace dusting on the ground. And I'm going to send that to the National Weather Service. Guys are good there. Mount Holly. Bam. So there we go. All right. So let's see what we have here at observations. So we're back, and now that we gotten to this point, we're going to set up the discussions. So I'll be knocking that out while we're talking. Normally, I'd be getting ready to do the videos now, but obviously we're live in the videos, so um, no point doing videos while also being live, right? So if you guys have questions, feel free. Premium members, of course, send out the questions. We're seeing the snow again. This is probably all Virga. This is actually snow. We're actually getting snow mixed in here. It's a large flake here in Freehold. It's actually starting to accumulate on some of the colder surfaces, the grass, stuff like that. Not much on the pavement. I'm not seeing anything sun there, so which is pretty much to be expected. We're up to 33.8, so I'm expecting this to change back to rain. Hmm, there we go. That's a nice coffee. There we go. Um, so I'm not surprised we're seeing this. It's just nice to see it. Very nice. Let's see if we got anything new on the observation front here. Let's see. Oh, we got finally light wet snow in Jackson, New Jersey, west of Lakewood, 34 degrees. There's your trace. Verification. Good. And then, of course, you see my observation up there. Could you see more than 6 inches Friday night? Um, I want to be very careful answering this. I don't want to create a panic. Um, could I make the argument? Yes. Am I prepared to make that argument? Not yet. 3 inches plus? Yeah, I'm becoming fairly confident of that. Um, over 6 inches. I mean, there's some signal, but I want to be careful before going with that. I plan on working on the overall theme and start putting out a preliminary impact map for premium members this afternoon after this event is done. So probably the afternoon updates. I'll clear out the current impact map. I used to do two impact maps. Excuse me. But that leads to more confusion than anything else, apparently. So I'll wait a little bit and then we'll go from there. But yeah, the Friday event is definitely catching my eye. And I knew that there was going to be potential of this, but it's definitely catching my eye. That is for sure. Look at that. Joe does a great job too. He's around the area as well. Great meteorologist. I think he has a drone service too. So if anyone's interested in drones, definitely check him out. Reach out to him. He does a great job with presenting some data that way. Let's see. Just to someone's trying to. I get a kick out of some of these people advertising at the weirdest places. Yeah, there's definitely some cheat. The whole thing like this. I know some radar services do this a little bit better. A lot of this is probably Virga up here. That's what you want to do is compare it with the observation. Now we're finally starting to see snow up here in Hartford, snow being reported. So that finally broke through. Poughkeepsie is dry. So you have Poughkeepsie as nothing significant being reported, but you see it's call covered here. So this is probably not reaching the ground. Snow in Trenton, snow here. So it's actually bigger, much bigger flakes. It's actually coming down at a pretty good pace. Yeah, grass is getting covered. Pavement's still wet, though it's too warm for the pavement. And quite frankly, um, I'm not expecting a lot in that respect. Here, I'll take off the overlay again. Yeah, reset. Boom, boom. There we go. And so this right here is probably not reaching the ground. Burst of snow here, snow here. Right around Poughkeepsie, you get a little subsidence, so that's probably why. Nice burst here, nice burst over central New Jersey, which is what that stronger lifting is what changed everything over to snow. So basically, right now at the surface, I'm at 34 degrees, which is above freezing. But right above it, everything else is below freezing. So that's why we're seeing what we're seeing here. I wonder if I can get, let's see, tropical. I wonder if I could get a skew T on that. Let me HRR. Okay, let's see if I can. Let me zoom in. Tropical Tidbits also is another great free model source. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, this is perfect. So this is the surface, 34 degrees, right? Now this is what I was talking about. Up here, it's much colder, and you have instability up here. So look at this. So you have a nice cap here, and then some instability. So there's your warm air trying to push in. And up here at 800, 900 millibars, it's much colder. So this is 0 degrees Celsius. So when you're getting the lifting, you're getting this get mixed down to the surface. And so that's how you're getting your snow out here in Freehold. So when you're dealing with a heavy snowfall event, what you really want to see is kind of like the inverse of this, where you're at 32 here, you're in the 20s here, talking about Fahrenheit, and you get this rising motion, right? This instability. This is conditional instability. You have a little bit of instability here, very, very marginal. But this type of environment is what gets you to go every time you have strong lifting to go from rain to snow and then back from snow to rain as this gets mixed out. And then eventually, as the warm air wins, this starts to fade away. This gets eaten away. And so your ability to do that wanes with each passing hour. So that's what we're seeing right now in central New Jersey with that mixing taking shape. Pretty cool stuff. 1.8 inches already in Chester, New York. Still a ways to go. Not highly liked it. I see you guys. Light snow about half an inch in Kinellen, 30.4 degrees, 700 feet elevation. Thank you, David. Fresh coating on ground near Lewisburg this morning onto the Friday event. Everyone's looking forward to Friday. Yeah. Hey, look, it's essentially Boxing Day evening. So let's see here. All snow in Upper Delaware Valley, Damascus, PA. So we're certainly getting the forecast to work out. 35 in rain in Queens right now. Nothing on the grass or car tops. Yeah. If anything, you might have missed the snow on the car tops because it probably melted away. All right, let's knock out my energy analysis thing. Knock that out. Do a forecast for that. It's only 8 o'clock. Not bad. So I'm probably going to go to about 10 a.m. and then shut it down. The reason why is because I gotta get the Christmas Eve dinner. So yeah, we cater because we're both very busy. Susan and I, we got a lot of things going on, so we like to enjoy the holidays and not burn down the kitchen. So we cater. We go to Lavati's and Freehold. They are outstanding. I don't get paid to say that too. They're just outstanding. Um, the HDDs, man, I was having a ball with everyone's like, oh, you're going well, you're going above, you need to go below. And now everyone's like, oh, you were right. I'm like, yeah, told you. Yeah, this looks good. So I've been staying above normal with the HDDs for on average in gas and electric. Um, a lot of people going with the warm anomalies are going to get it smacked in the face, and you're going to see it again too. So hopefully, people prepared. Thursday, Friday, we'll lower the solar. I'm curious, anyone who has solar panels, how are you doing with the energy connect collection with these type of weather patterns? Very curious to see how that's playing out. Holding at 33 with a nice burst of snow in Middleton. Nice. Middle town. Do good. That's from Nicholas McElroy, who does an outstanding job at observations. Do, 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 do. Bam. So yeah, I mean, personally, I'm enjoying the snowfall here. It's starting to mix back over the rain. We're losing some of that lifting, but still, you see enough of it. It's a nice feel. I mean, again, it's December 23rd. I'll take it. I'll take anything I can get. Right? No reason being picky. So we're going to work on the severe threat analysis. I just want to take a look at something here. Yeah, I'll hold off on that. I'll save it for the afternoon update. So, premium members, I'm going to focus this afternoon on the event for Friday night into Saturday morning. I want to get a little bit, I want to get to 90 hours and under and really dive in. And I'll really hone in on the lifting parameters. So, I think that's probably a good idea. Wait for one more run, see what the 06Z is showing. But I like the steady cold air transport here. I'll use this for an image for today's severe threat analysis. That shows the nice wave feature. I love this wave feature that shows up. You can almost see the wave of the warm air kind of pushing in, you know? It's really cool. And that's what's driving our precipitation. Let's see something here. Good. Everything's going well. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to wait a little bit on that. I want to see what that low level cold air looks like. That I think is going to be the key on Friday. Friday afternoon, are we in the upper 20s or are we in the lower 30s? And our dew points in the teens, 20s? What are we dealing with here? That is what is going to be important. Nice to see everyone on Twitch. Now we're knocking out. I have a general idea of what I want to do for severe threat analysis. Not too much change. I don't like changing a whole lot, unless I have to, because I kind of want to have a steady forecast here. Keep me posted Fridays. One second, let me just respond to a client here. There we go. Kind of confirming the whole treatment idea. Because honestly, as long as you have treatment down, you're going to be fine with this event. The plowing thing is only going to be in the Poconos. Yeah, yeah. So I'm going to keep that, leave that there. Friday. Yeah, in today's discussion, we're going to focus more on the strengthening of the high pressure. Yeah. Trough approaches coast, but no precipitation is expected in this time period. Yeah, that works. That, I think that works. And then this afternoon, when we get a little bit better data, then we can really dive into the storm threat. Picking up a heavy rate in the last 5 minutes here. Yep, see? Let's have that through the morning. Okay, that looks good. Let's see if we have any questions on here. So far, observations steady. See if there's anything new on X in terms of observations. Oh, let's see here. Okay, Warren County, New Jersey, near 78, snowing, sticking to the ground, perhaps an inch. So there we go. We're on our way in Sussex and Warren. And let's see what. Where's my HRR data? Here we are. Let's refresh this and see what this looks like. Okay, so you can see it intensifying. It's showing up that intensification because the gradient's getting stronger at the lower levels with the warmer air. So there's our rain snow line pushing in, steady, becoming more steady rain. We got a nice burst of steady snow over northern New Jersey. And this will probably go into the early afternoons in the Poconos and Catskills and waves of light and moderate snow. And that's why I went over 3 inches in these spots because it's just going to be continuous up in those locations while we are mixing and we're marginal. I'm at 34.2 now. Back to big flakes of snow, but the accumulation potential is going to be limited. It's big flakes, really, really beautiful out, right? I mean, it's kind of like one of those big flakes that you get like in crafts, right? It's a big and fluffy, um, which tells us that the snow ratio is probably around 8 to 1, 9 to 1, somewhere around there. Um, but not much is actually accumulating. It's right back to all snow here in Freehold after we went back to rain, back and forth again. So, not a surprise in that respect. But those of you in Poconos, Allentown, northwestern New Jersey, up towards the Hudson River Valley, and especially like Western Connecticut, all those locations, you still got some time here for steady snow. Definitely pushing over 3 inches. Pretty confident of that, the way that is all playing out. So this whole thing still has to lift through here while everything's sliding from northwest to southeast. The whole precipitation shield is lifting northeast. Let's see here. The big question is, will New York City pick up that snowfall? That's the big question. Will pick up that 1/10? I think it'll get close. If not today, certainly on Friday. So right now I'm just setting up to send the data forecast to premium members. So just bear with me for a minute. Then we got to do the long range thoughts. We already had a long range discussion on that. Go. So there's another client. Just knock that out. The best thing about having clients is that they ask really interesting questions, and sometimes they make you think about something that you didn't really consider. And what the great thing about them is that they pick up a lot of the observations that they might not think are important, but catches me by because sometimes catches me by surprise. Like, oh, you're seeing this type of like they'll describe the snowflake, and I absolutely love it because then I'm like, all right, so now I get an idea of the snow ratios in these locations that they're reporting from, and that tells me a lot about the dynamics involved in the whole storm development. And it's far more valuable than what they realize. So I always say, give me all the observations you can get, send them all to me, let me know what you're seeing. Sometimes they might be in a valley or something that they don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, oh yeah, it's a little slick out here, but to me, it defines the cryosphere and what's actually going on out there, which is huge for a meteorologist. Whenever you have a chance to talk to a client, have them describe what they're seeing, not to verify what you think should be happening, but to verify what's actually happening because they're especially your snowplow guys. They're out there in the field. They know the difference between that wet snow and dry snow on the impact on their equipment. They know um, what they're seeing on the roadways, how they're seeing it, the type of texture of the snow, and that's stuff that you just can't get from a weather model. And it tells you a lot about everything from water content to the structure of the snowflake to the intensity, the differences in intensity and what it looks like with accumulation, how fast it accumulates once you get to that. Tells you everything about the cryosphere and what you're looking at. And so that's why I love it when people on X or on Facebook or YouTube they start posting these observations, because you're basically giving me an insight of what is going on, um, in the snowfall, which is great. Let me get that. Wow, yeah, flakes got even bigger. Impressive. Very impressive. And I know it's kind of a kid at heart thing, but I do enjoy just seeing the snowfall out there. It's a nice little. Let's see. I heard that the polar vortex might become strong in January. Any truth to that? Okay, so I do like the idea of the polar vortex strengthening, but I also like the idea of the polar vortex stretching. So what does that mean? Okay, so, and this could be part of our long range discussion, right? So will the polar vortex strengthen in terms of wind speed? Most likely. Okay. But does that change the forecast that we have? No, because while it is getting stronger, okay, which is probably what people are looking at here, which by the way keeps on getting delayed, you're also seeing this signal stretching. So it's not a situation where, because you have a QBO that's a negative QBO, easterly QBO, you're not setting up the polar vortex sitting right over the North Pole, locking up all the cold air. It constantly is getting displaced. And this right here, this is why that snow growth in October was so important, because it builds up this signal here. So this is going to displace the polar vortex towards North America. It'll be stronger. Okay, it's not a situation where we were in late November where it was literally broken into a billion pieces. It has consolidated, but it's displaced and stretched and warped. So the winds are moving faster. That's what this is. That's what this measurement is. Measurement of meters per second. Okay, so this gets stronger, but it gets displaced. This is why you can't just look at one feature. So you have to combine everything. So you combine that with what's going on in tropical forcing. Yes, the polar vortex is getting stronger, but it's getting displaced. So there's two different mechanisms going on here. All right. So if you just look at the strength of the wind and then say, thus warm winter, you're going to end up with an error. So you have to look at both, and you have to look at how that displacement is working out, and that's why we look at everything, and you look at the atmosphere in a four-dimensional box here of how all of that is working together and how that's augmenting the stretching at 50 millibars. I don't care so much at 10 millibars. 50 millibars is what I'm focused on, because that's closer to the troposphere and closer to our weather, and that's where we start to see that evolution take place. And thank you for Merry Christmas. What time is the rain ending in Queens? Probably about like 4 p.m. Light to moderate rain in Queens. We have gone from big snowflakes back to rain here. Well, rain and snow here in Freehold. It's going back and forth, which is why there's like a trace dusting on the grass. Oh, here we go. Dusting of light snow in Fairfield, New Jersey. There we go. Let's see here. As of 8 a.m., 0.1 inches. Pretty good. Let's see. Festive snow in central Pennsylvania. What's that? In Connecticut, as of 11 a.m., about a third of an inch on cold surfaces, light snow falling, but we're above freezing 34. Yeah, this is, like I said, this has always been a very marginal event. And if this was occurring at 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., I probably wouldn't even bother a live coverage. But rush hour, ahead of the busiest travel day of the year, good idea to be on. So that's what I'm doing. Let's see if there's anything here. So we got the severe threat analysis out. Now we have to do long range thoughts. Okay. So I got a client that wants me to give him a call. Got heavy snow. Okay. So let me give him a call real fast. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I want to do the call right on live air. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. You get a burst that lasts about 15, 20 minutes and back off the lights. So other people to your south will perform the same thing. Oh, it changed it over to rain completely by between 11 a.m. and 12, and then everything's over at 4 p.m. Well, no, the snow is over between 11 and 12, and then you just got rain after that. Yeah, you're going to be in the mid to upper like 36, 37. Okay. You should be seeing rain by 11 o'clock, and or you'll probably get like snowflakes at time mixing in, but predominantly rain as temperatures continue to rise. All right. All right. That one's looking a lot more impressive. Possibly, definitely flammable event. Yeah, definitely. It's just a matter of, oh, you totally snow. Just a matter of getting down to details. I'm going to start working on that this afternoon. Yes, 100% not yet. I'm going to be working on that this afternoon. Okay. Okay, we're back. All right, let's see. We missed anything in observations. Snowing starting to mix in again. Yeah, see, it's going back and forth. Yep, perfect. Important thing here is the boundary layer temperatures. Let's see here. Yeah, we're getting reports of some moderate heavy bursts up here in Northeast Jersey. That's one of the clients I was talking to. So of course, it's kind of sometimes gets them concerned, like, hey, what am I seeing here? Which again is great because then you kind of get a good idea of what's being observed out there in the field. Take a look at emails, make sure there's nothing there. Okay, good. So we're seeing that clearly taking shape here, that intensifying of the lifting. And let's take a look at the frontogenesis here behind that. Remember, it was strongest at 700 millibars. That's what's approaching them. That's why we're getting that heavier burst. That's why we're also seeing that mix of rain to snow here in central New Jersey. That strong lifting. 850 millibars, a little bit stronger, not much, not as well organized. Let's take a look at 9 to 25 millibars. There's a warm air transport. So clearly the warm air is winning this fight. There's no doubt about that. But not as organized frontogenesis. So your lifting is clearly at 700 millibars. And your cold air is slowly getting eroded at the mid levels. So that's why you keep on seeing that mix back and forth. It's cold at 850. It's cold at 925. It's the surface. When you go take a look at the surface, where the warm air is winning the fight the strongest. So it's at 700 millibars in the surface, and then in the mid levels where you have that cold air. So whenever you get that strong lifting, snow, then back to rain, snow, back to rain. Because when you have the strong lifting, right, it cools the whole column. But then when you stop having that lifting, you get sinking air, it warms the whole column. So that's what you're seeing. And then the warmest column of this entire event is below 9 to 25 millibars. It's basically down where we are. So that's why you're seeing a lot of 35 in snow, 36 in snow. See, man, Freehold, now we went from rain back over to snow again, back and forth. So you're literally just seeing mixing in the atmosphere, constantly playing out. And so that's why when you put on the winter mask here, why you get somewhat of a misleading look to the radar playing out here. This is dominant rain, dominant snow, mix all over the place. So that's why you get these blotches, green, blue, and then some reds mixed in there. Let's see here. Check out YouTube real fast. Wow, YouTube is really busy. Thanks a lot, guys. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Now, large flakes of moderate snow 1 mile north of Metro Park in Iceland, about a quarter of an inch on the ground. There's a dusting of snow in North Philly suburbs. Raining in New York City right now. So a lot of reports of lower Manhattan getting rain, right? Now it's transitioning back to big snowflakes. So you're literally describing what I'm describing there, Nikki 7204. Uh, rain back to snow, rain back to snow, huge flakes. Yep. See, that's the whole atmosphere. The whole atmosphere is cooling. So you're getting this. Let me take off the damn winter mask here. So here, let me put this on. Come on, you can do it. Open it, break it. There it is. Okay. So let's zoom in on Staten Island and New York City here. Here's what's happening. If it loads, it's loading. There it is. You're getting these heavier bands. You see like this band here and here. Let me pause this for a minute. Okay, so you got this band here, band here, band here, here, sinking air, warm. Okay, so not warm, but stronger. So what you're getting are these waves in the atmosphere, right? So this strong lifting that's invading Manhattan Island, that's why you went from rain to snow. When you had the strong lifting, it's cooling the whole atmosphere. Boom, large snowflakes. Then you're going to get into the sinking air. Boom, raindrops. Then you're going to get to this band here. Boom, large snowflakes. Then you get into sinking, raindrops, snowflakes, raindrops, snowflakes, raindrops. You see? Snowflakes, lifting, sinking air, raindrops. Strong lifting. By the time you get down here, it might be a little bit too warm at this point, even at 9 to 25 millibars. But you kind of see what I'm saying here. There's these waves pushing northward. So that's literally what you're describing. Straight rain in lower Manhattan, from rain to snow, back and forth in New York, Staten Island. Snow in Norristown, PA, grass covered up by the snow. Montgomery, PA in the snowflakes. Let's see here. See if we got any new observations here on X. We got a couple. All right, let's see what we got here. Pretty morning in Westwood, New Jersey. I know where that is. Got family up there. Let's see here. For you snowplow guys, I'm telling you, you get treatment down, you should be able to take care of most of this, and then you just have to worry about some slush. Let's call this the test run. That's how you guys should treat this. Test run your equipment on this, so that way you're prepared for Friday night. So yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at the since there's some people mentioning divergence and diffluence. Great point here. Snow mixing with rain again. See, light to moderate rain in Queens. When it goes heavy, boom, mixes in with snow. See, it's same observation all over the place. Let's take a look at the upper level winds. Okay, so you have a jet streak to the north of us. You have some nice diffluence. Not much in the way of divergence, though, but certainly diffluence. Uh, let's see what we have here for 300 millibar circulation. You see, yeah. So this is definitely supportive of diffluent, just air rapidly leaving at 300 millibars, enhancing your lifting, but it's not very strong. You don't have any type of divergence setting up in this setup either. Certainly not. Let's see here. Any type of potential. Let's see. Maybe this one. Yeah, it's disorganized. It's not like the last system where you had perfect divergence and diffluence with a jet streak, which really enhanced our storm. That's what really pushed us over the 6 inch mark, in that it really enhanced that, but not so much in this setup. A lot of this is driven by this frontogenesis, which looks like it's pretty much driven at the lower and mid levels. The surface is definitely warming at a steady rate. You can see that here in the observations. You had some cooling initially, but everyone up here is above freezing. Trenton, you got down to 32 with moderate snow, light to moderate snow, visibility around 3 miles. Let's see. Key point here, Philadelphia. Your dew point's above freezing now at 33, which means even with heavier precipitation, you're not going to be cooling all that much. So you're nearly done. Newark's around the same thing. You're at freezing. Temperature 32, 36. Dew points at 32. Uh, Rain snow mix. Throughout Long Island, you're getting to that point as well. So yeah, the warming is definitely taking place. So let's see here. We'll go through all these emails to make sure we're all set. Oh, by the way, working on a lot of cool things setting up for 2026. You'll hear about them. But one of the things we're working on is an upgrade to the website. We were close to doing that. Um, we were close to doing that this week, but we decided to hold off a bit because well, we're working on some of the things with the membership, as far as like not anything, but as far as like when someone subscribes, that whole process, we're going to clean that out. But we're going to have a tighter website. It's going to load faster on mobile sites. It's a lot of exciting new stuff that's going to be added to make it much more crisper and faster. And we also improved on security. So I'm really looking forward to that. We were going to launch it this week, but we decided to hold off because I don't want to launch it in the middle of multiple winter weather events. But that's coming in 2026. Looking forward to that. Just want to zoomed out. Okay, so now our freezing line is definitely north of Philadelphia. Uh, also, the New Jersey's done. It's approaching Trenton. It's to north of Reading, so it's kind of like this. It's kind of like Reading's at 34 in snow. If they completely wet bulb, though, they'll be like around 32, 33. It's pretty close. Let's see. Allentown, you got light snow, 33 degrees. Oh, look at this. Monticello is at moderate snow, freezing fog, visibility down to a half a mile. And Allentown's at light snow, visibility about three-fourths of a mile. So we're definitely seeing that warming influence start to take shape. And as we move forward, we're going to start to, see that evolution take place where we're going to see that warm air wind. Okay. See, raining in Fort Lee, big snowflakes. So yeah, that observation's showing up all over the place. Good job, guys. Good job showing that. Seeing the snow mix in. Heavy snow now. Heavy snow, nothing on the grass or car tops. Yeah, and the reason why is because you're at 36. I'm at 34 right now. The snow that's falling, we're back to like a rain. The snow that's falling is all focused on the grass. That's pretty much about it. Well, where we've actually had a clipper set up, isn't it? No, we've had a couple clippers. This is the first pattern in a while that we've had a series of clippers like this. North Wayne County roads are completely snow covered and snowing really hard. Okay, so let's see here. That is up here. Hmm, pretty good. Very, very interesting. That idea working out right here, where I was concerned about, right in here, here, all this area where we're going to get moderate to heavy bursts. This is going to be back and forth at 1 to 3 inches. And then here you got, well, that brain snow mix I was talking about. That's played out perfectly here in this zone. This zone is where somebody's going to pick up 2, 3 inches, mostly on the grass. You got treatment down, slush, roadways. Up here, where we're starting to get reports of snow on roadways and stuff, that's our 3 inch plus, 3 to 6, right up in here. And of course, as a premium member, you know, um, if you want to, you can zoom all the way in, right into your neighborhood and get your snowfall. Hey, what's going to happen at the stadium? Bam. There you go. Pretty cool, right? Zoom that again. Of course, a lot of people always seem to get caught right in the line of these things, which would be fun. If you're ever on the line, just go with the low end of the higher and the high end of the lower, and that's usually a good bet of where you're at. Let's see what we got here. Let's see, grass disappearing now. 1 inch in Warren. There we go. 2 more inches to go for verification. Nice job. I'm going through the coffee too fast. I'm going to be so hyper the rest of the day. But while we're doing that, I should probably knock out the long range thoughts. We already went over the overall pattern. Let's take a look. I'll talk you guys through it live, and then I'll write it. Obviously, we have the observations are new with our ENSO, and Nino 3 is at -1. Huge spike, right? So what's going on there? Why are we seeing that spike? It's because of what's going on at the subsurface. The rest of the subsurface is warming steadily, right? Look at that. Look at that pocket. That's your -1 right there. Now, if you don't look at the whole environment that's at place, you might say to yourself, La Nina is strengthening. Okay? No. What's happening, if you combine everything, everything's warming. Look at this whole state. Everything's moderating, right? Except for this point right here, which is under Nino 3. Under Nino 4, we're seeing moderation starting to take shape even more. This warm water is just ready to surge up and impact the surface. While that's all happening, your SOI is weakening. It's now at negative. Daily contributions are wavering, positive and negative, back and forth. But the overall average is now down to minus 1.3, which is neutral. If you want to be technical, you could call it a slight El Nino signal, but I think that you're pushing it if you're doing that. I like to get up to around minus 5 before really starting to advertise that, but certainly weak. Okay, so your forcing mechanisms that drives your Enso event do not support La Nina. Neutral. Okay. So while that's all evolving, you're getting this surge of colder water under Nino 3 because that's where your coldest water is in the subsurface, around 50 meters below the surface. So you're getting that influence, but it doesn't have any staying power. So what's really happening is kind of like the last death throw, right? It's just trying to get through one more shot. But even if this was sustained, it'd be an incredibly weak La Nina in 3.4. And once that last push gets done, everything goes neutral. So in the atmosphere itself, what we really have is an environment where this is going to help to enhance your subtropical jet stream. And that's why I'm keeping an eye on all this convection that's brewing around 70 west. We get it up to 80, 180. This is the date line right here. Okay. We start to see it more firing out here with this trough out here. Your subtropical jet stream is going to get a lot more interesting in mid January and February. And then you take all that data and then you combine it with what we were talking about with the polar vortex and what we're seeing here in the seasonal data, and you can kind of see where I'm going here, right? Interesting. So a lot of stuff. Of course, you have to continue to watch the observations. The one thing I can always guarantee with weather is that it always throws a curveball, so you always have to be aware of that. But in terms of the averages and the changes that we're seeing, again, you can see that the change in the weekly sea surface temperature anomalies are warming. Okay. So there's our cold spot right there. Here's our warming. Northeast Pacific is warming just like I wanted it to. Perfect setup here. Everything's pretty much aligning exactly what was described in the winter forecast. It is as if I have foreseen it. Oh, for note, I actually watch Star Trek more than Star Wars, but I enjoy both. I don't know why some people like to argue and complain about that, and you can only be one. I'm like, I like both. Star Wars is fun. Star Trek is more accurate. That's pretty much what I think. I'll use that. I'm gonna focus on that in the discussion today. Throw up the radar here. Throw on the winter mask. Before I start typing, let me jump in and make sure there's no questions. This looks pretty good. Mix of rain and snow in Queens. Let's see what we got in X World. At AM, 0.3 inches snow melted to 0.3 inches liquid. You're 250 feet southwest Connecticut. Nice. Good job, Ralph. And everything cyclonic. Oh, I like that name. Thumping snow, Livingston, New Jersey. Roads are starting to become covered. Let's take a look at that. There we go. There's a big snowflakes. We've kind of lost that here in Freehold. Not much in the way of big snowflakes right now. And so far, a lot of the snowplow guys are now at work now. So they're they're getting to business. They got their plan and they're sticking to it. And then after that, we just have to do the public discussion, which ought to be fun. That might run a little late depending on how long it takes me to update everything else. See, I do long range discussions every day. I break it down. Some people like to do it once a week because what I'm trying to do is build a narrative and kind of take you along in a story of how the pattern's evolving. And sometimes that story is, hey, everything's what I'm seeing is working out perfectly. Sometimes it's a narrative of, well, things are changing. Like, remember 2019, 2020? That was just a nightmare. That polar vortex strengthened and completely blew up mine and everyone else's winter forecast. And, we covered it live. We covered it day by day. Like, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what's changing. My forecast is going in a dumpster. It isn't just a big dumpster fire of a winter forecast that year. But the cool thing is that you followed right along. All you guys who've been premium members, you remember that time period where I went from excited going into late November, early December of everything I was seeing, how Enzo was setting up and all that stuff, the orientation. And then I started to get the observations for polar vortex. And I'm like, uh oh. Like, this is going to be a problem. And I started to notice the cold air in the upper stratosphere bleeding in from the ionosphere, which is really unusual. And it just short circuited the whole forecast. So each day I was updating, like, oh, this is new from the polar vortex. And every day I'm like, this is getting worse. And then by the time we got to December 19th of 2019, um, yeah, by December 19th, 2019, it was basically like I just announced like the winter forecast is going to bust. Polar vortex is way too strong. The stratosphere is getting colder, not warmer. It's very cold. Boom. That was a very tough period of writing, but it was good to do that discussion. Um, that is not happening this year. Hopefully, someone didn't just jump on there and just hear that. No, that's not happening this year in any way, shape, or form. Actually, everything's working out pretty much as expected, which take the win and run with it. Um, but that was fun. That was fun. So this year I'm updating a lot and it's all working out to the forecast. Other years where I'm going to be updating a lot and it's not. But the good thing is that you know about it. You don't have to wait 7 days to find out, oh, things aren't working out. You can see the evolution. New observations. Newark is up to 36. Rain snow mix. Let's see here. Up by Patterson and Caldwell. They got snow, light snow at a mile and a three-fourths visibility. They're at 33 right now. Newark's changing over to rain. Let's see, Somerville's still snow. Trenton's still coming in with snow. We're definitely a rain snow mix here. More rain than snow right now. Like there's a large flake every so often, but for the most part, it's rain. I love the best thing about having the house and now building the weather lab, so to speak, was that I wanted to make sure I had a window right here so I could watch the event. So I got that here. I love that factor, and so I could watch it and compare it real time. Snowing pretty good up here in Mount Pocono. Moderate snow down to a half-mile visibility. Same thing in Langton. Nice. So yeah, we're getting this working out very nicely here. Sussex is coming in and out, moderate snowfall, 31 degrees. So we're seeing that isotropic lifting really play out here. And they just upgraded winter storm warnings let's go check this out. Let's see what this has to say here. Let's see if I can move this in here. Okay. Let's see. A winter storm warning is in effect. The National Weather Service in Binghamton just put this out. Heavy snow, some light mixed precipitation, additional snow accumulations of 2 to 4 inches, ice accumulations around light glazing. That's pretty good. Total snow accumulation now they're going 5 to 10 inches. This is in New York, Brome, Tioga, Tompkins counties, so up in here. In Pennsylvania, North Wayne and Susquehanna counties, so up in here. Wow. I don't know about 10 inches, but okay. There we go. Pretty good pace. Heavy snow continuing. I think that 10-inch mark is going to be a bit high, but we'll see how it plays out. Let me close that. So that's what I'm talking about here. Look at the banding here. Very impressive banding. All via the isotropic lifting. So we just saw that live just get issued. So there we go. And that's going to set up my 3+ inches very nicely here. If that's happening, if they get 5 to 10 up here, they're definitely going to get 3 to 6 around here. Um, so that's working out pretty nicely. Nice bursts here. Again, back to snow here in Freehold live. I haven't even started writing the discussion yet. I'm just going back and forth with these obs. Now we're back to snow here. A little dusting on the grass and then it gets white again. I mean, wet again. Let's see here. 36. Thomas is doing a great job with the videos. He likes Rumble, so that's fine. 36 is snow in Flushing, Queens. So if you want to check out his observations, definitely check out Rumble on for Thomas here. Does a great job. Let's see here. Coating of snow on cars and grass in Union County, Route 78. Roads and sidewalks are just wet, pretty much. 1 inch of snow now in Connecticut at 840-foot elevation, 31 degrees. Crucian 5 to 1. Let's see here. When will the update on Friday and Saturday be issued? I'm planning on doing that this afternoon in terms of impact. I want to get this out of the way. I really want to see the 12Z guidance. I want to see what the 12Z guidance under 90 hours does with the low level environment. Okay, so we're maximizing the resolution to model guidance, and I want to see what the low level environment looks like. And then I'll start putting out impact maps. But nothing public yet. Honestly, I'm probably going to have to be working on Christmas evening to put out impact maps, public impact maps, or Friday or that Christmas morning, one or the other. So yeah, there will be no Christmas day off for me. That's becoming very, very evident. Um, let's see here. Let's see what's going on here. Raining hard in Fort Lee. Yeah, yeah. If you're in New Hampshire, I definitely could see you getting a good moderate snowfall out of this. Let's see. Watching from. Let's see here. No winter storm warnings for me in Cape May County. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, Cape May, this is not for you. Definitely not. Watching from Manchester, New Jersey. Snow starting for about 20 minutes, then turned to light rain for about a minute. Now just cold and you expect you'll be back and forth in Manchester. Okay, back and forth. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas. You'll be back and forth. We've been talking about that. We're dealing with that here in Freehold too, as well. Just back and forth, keep on mixing the atmosphere until the warm air wins out completely. Uh, let's see here. So there's our. Let me take off the winter mask. I'm going back and forth on the winter mask. I want to see what that banding looks like. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Whoa, boy, that's definitely 1 inch per hour. Hello. That was definitely not in the bingo cards there. That type of lifting. That's impressive. No wonder why they put out the warning. Don't worry, guys. It's not going to be down here. So, what's the difference in that environment? Well, up here, you're in your upper 20s. You're well below freezing. Down here, you're above freezing, 33, 35. So you'll get that intense lifting, but notice your dew points are right around freezing or above freezing. So when you get that heavy precipitation, at most you're cooling to freezing, barely able to support accumulation. We're getting above freezing in many locations now. Moderate rain in Marlboro also. Merry Christmas. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. Okay, I should probably type up this long range thoughts. Give me a second. I'm going to share some thoughts on the long range to premium members beyond what I was talking about. Uh, And there's our snow again. Rain to snow, rain to snow. It's like a bell. Pace. Okay. I cannot spell. Jeez, I got so many. Thank God for spell checker. If it wasn't for that, I'd be done. There we go. That observation still showing that warming. Let's see. Sleet in Queens now. Very nice. Okay, what else we got here? Amazing how models are suddenly adjusting mid and longer range like you told me it would on Weather Weeklies on Sunday. Oh, this is Bobby. Hey, Bobby. Meteorology, not modelology, as you always say. Thanks again for coming on. Highest viewed episode of the season. Oh, great. That's awesome. Well, good. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. That was a lot of fun. I'm sorry I rambled, though. That was a bit much. We'll have to figure out a way to do it like a longer show, maybe like a joint show. That'd be pretty cool. You get like a joint show with all the regional meteorologists. We just have a do like a chat. Like, don't they do that with politics? You just have guys sitting around there drinking bourbon or whatever and just doing a chat. That'd be fun. I mean, I just drink coffee. I don't drink, but that'd be a lot of fun. Snow and sleet back in Queens. There you go. There's your wave. Let's see. I expect transport with the polar jet stream. January and February. There we go. There, that's done. I'm happy with that. It's only 9:06. I'll bring the bourbon. Don't have to tell me twice. You know what I do? I'd like to drink. I like to drink when I'm really into a forecast. One of the things I do, I drink a pre-workout. And I know it sounds like why are you drinking pre-workout? The pre-workout I use, which is from Jim, I really like their stuff because I could see exactly what I am putting in my body, so to speak. Um, so let me see here. Did I send everything out? Oh, okay. That's what I did. Okay. Anyway, um, I like to make sure, like whatever I'm putting in my body, I want to know everything about it. So the stuff from Jim is great because I can pick that out. And one of the things that they have is this component that actually enhances your focus and enhances your ability to think. Really, it's great. I wish I had it in college, to be honest with you. So it helps with focusing to kind of give you more clarity in what you want to say and how you want to write it and say it. And I just love the healthy factor. It's all healthy too. It's like all like amino acids and stuff like that. So nothing like drug related or anything like that. But it's just all like the healthy amino acids you need, especially for me with my migraines. They could be murder sometimes. To find something that helps reduce migraines naturally is is great. Always thanks. Merry Christmas to you. Hey, Card, how you doing? Merry Christmas to you as well. Let's see. Okay, so severe threat and the long range thought has been issued. Merry Torchmas. That's funny. There we go. That's from Snow Miser. I don't know the real name there, but I love it. I love the image too. It's the front. I love it. That's great. Oh God. See, that's why you love X. That's why I'm never leaving. Oh my God, that's beautiful. Ah, that's a great thing. Let's see here. Any changes? So as this, let me go back here. As this is lifting to the northeast, okay, what you're going to see is this precipitation get more broken, and now you're seeing the focus here again. Now we're bouncing between rain and snow here in Freehold. Not much, most of trace accumulation. It looks pretty. Okay. Um, Same thing you're seeing here in New York City. It's just way too warm for anything other than that. But you can see some bright banding here. This is probably that sleet that's mixing in, that being observed in Queens. There's your heavy snowfall, and that's definitely going to push you over 3 inches here. So that 3 to 6 inches is looking really good now in northeast Pennsylvania and northwestern New Jersey, right in here. Basically, this part of the forecast. Delaware water gap, I'm really liking what I'm seeing there. Um, But this all is not going to overperform because your temperatures are just too warm for that. So we're right at the point 33, 32. Okay, so like 32 and a half wet bulb in Caldwell and Essex County. Light snow. So you're seeing all that take place. Trent's still reporting snow. That's impressive. But we're going back and forth here in Freehold. So yeah, that's all playing out nicely. And we got one more discussion to write too. So we're doing them pretty good. And we have the public discussion, which I also put as article in X. Usually I'm doing this a lot faster, but obviously I'm talking to you and back and forth. Um, so that's taking a little bit longer, so we'll be a little bit delayed on that, but that's okay. Um, Again, thank you for all the viewers. I'm seeing viewers in Twitch, which is something I'm starting new. So we're up to 26 followers overall. 3 are viewing right now. I appreciate it. You know, I every follower is really important to me because I mean, I don't jump into like all like the hype stuff. So it's harder to get your name out there. Um so every person that basically joins in and follows, I really, really appreciate it. Because then, I know it's harder to get that name recognition out there. Well, hey, 20-year overnight success, you know. Um, so it takes time if you want to do it right, so to speak. See here, right now, I'm just gathering data, presentation, how I want to show for the public discussion controls. There we go. Nice. Let's see that. And yeah, that works. There we go. Good. I'm just going to get the data here. Pull this up. Drag this over here. So I set up my data. I like to develop temperature ranges, put it on notes, and then go from there with the forecast. That's classic. Let's see here. That's just amazing. I love it. I absolutely love that. You have no idea the amount of emails and angry texts of like, you lied to me about the forecast. It's going to be 60 degrees on Christmas. Awfully quiet now, aren't you? I don't know. I can't get it, and I'm not even going at any of the forecasters. I'm talking about the individuals who just get very emotionally angry, like literally threatening you. I had a stalker a couple of years ago that was that was putting sending out death threats because they didn't get the snow that they wanted. Mind you, it wasn't even my forecast. It was somebody else's forecast, but they decided to get angry with me. That was fun. We went to the police and they're like, "Oh, well, at least we know who's coming after you if anything happens to you." Like, the point is for you to prevent that from happening to me. But yes, not. That was an eye-opening experience, I can tell you that. 5 inches in North Wayne County, PA, Pleasant Mountain. Very nice. Well, there you go. Maybe I will. Maybe they will go. They'll overperform there if this continues. So much for Christmas upper 50s to 60s. That was being proclaimed by some last week. Yeah, I definitely had my doubts on that one. I warned you. To be honest with you, when I got the initial forecast, what I did is I saw like 60 and I knocked it down 10 to do 50. That way I'd have some wiggle room because I didn't trust the idea of 60 degrees. It wasn't the right pattern for it. Um, but I also didn't want to just be blind to guy like, oh, I don't care what the guy says. I'm not going to do any of it. That's just, that leaves you also in a uncomfortable situation as well. So you kind of have to like mix them, right? And kind of go, okay, I think I know where this is going, but let me acknowledge the warm solutions that are being shown, and then temper that and then make my adjustments when it goes to what I think it's going to go to. Because you don't want to go out there and say, with everybody, including the phone apps, doing 60, and you're out there doing 32, because everyone's going to be like, what are you doing? So you try to explain it like, all right, I think this is going to be much colder. We'll go a little bit cooler. This this is likely to be a colder environment. And I actually did that in one of the videos, actually a couple of videos, where I said, hey, look, watch out for this being a colder environment. Here we are, you know. So pattern recognition is important, guys. Can't just do copy and paste models. Let's see here. This morning. Bam. So doing the public discussion, it's it can be difficult sometimes because you can't go into great huge detail like I do in the premium discussions because it can be confusing if you do it like that. So you try to kind of be a little bit more vague. And again, normally I'm like pounding away at this and I got music playing and I'm just going at it. Leaving the impact map there. Well, I guess I can leave it. Let me replace it. I updated it after all, so might as well just put it in there. Did the work, might as well put it in. And there it is. Good. Okay, good. So, I mean, that overall, I'm happy to say the forecast looks pretty damn good. Uh, so let me just take a look at something here. Uh-huh. No wonder why everyone's freaking out about the GFS. I just saw what it did. Um, okay, GFS. Oh, I love you. It's just, it takes the lifting and just amplifies it with just a convective burst sitting right over northern New Jersey. It drops roughly about a tenth to 2/10 QPF per hour, which is roughly close to like almost like 10 inches in an hour time period, which pushes your snowfall maps. Now I see why the snow map, they're doing like a foot of snow for this event. No wonder why everyone's freaking the hell out. That might be a bit aggressive. Um, wow, that would do it. That's why everyone's freaking out. Mm, now, what would I say to that? Okay, the reason why I'm waiting is I really, really wanted to take a look at what it looks like at the surface. We talked about this with the Arctic air and what type of snow ratios we're dealing with. Could the GFS be 100% off? A little bit too aggressive? Yeah. Can I throw it out 100%? No. Um, would I be posting that publicly? No. But it would be unwise to completely discount it in terms of like not so much the intensity, but the process of slantwise convection in the snowfall. I don't want to rule it out completely. Um, there is a really, really good argument for having very strong mesoscale banding in this event on Friday if you have the correct environment. We really need to get an idea of what this Arctic air looks like coming in on Friday. All right. Christmas night into Friday morning, what is that strong cold air transport? Once we get that idea, then you can start to put together what the mesoscale banding could look like in terms of the structure of the atmosphere. Okay. So you have a very, very cold, low level environment, right? That would lead to more stratiform type precipitation. If you have an environment where you get this pocket of intense cold air at, let's say, 9 to 25 millibars, which you're not going to see very well in the synoptic guidance that far out. Then you end up with this slantwise convection in the atmosphere, right? It almost looks like a thunderstorm profile. And then you could get that intense snowfall rate at 1 to 2 inches per hour. Um, that's why I'm waiting. That's why I'm being a little bit murky on the updates and details on this. I really, really want to see that because then that tells me exactly what type of mesoscale banding I'm working with here. And then you can open up discussions about thunder snow and all that other stuff. Um, what do we know about the structure of this pattern? Okay. Uh, Not much in the way of blocking out in the west. So you're still dealing with a somewhat progressive but pattern, but you're keeping cold air locked in. So you have your negative NAO, keeps your cold air locked in. Your storm's still moving at a pretty steady pace. So there's that factor. That's all playing out. So then you have to figure out what does that structure look like and how long does that stay in place. A lot of interesting questions. Um, that's what I would say. Is the snowfall potential, even with slantwise convection, going to be capped due to the setup out west? Yes, because of the timing. You don't have like 12 hours or 16 hours to work. You don't have a pivot set up. You do have all the other factors to keep the cold air in place, but the system itself is just still trucking along. It's going to move under that North Atlantic block. The If you had a ridge out west, what that would do with that, it would amplify the trough, so that way you go from a neutral trough to a negative trough, which slows down the surface flow and allows for rapid intensification, and then you get the pivot and all that stuff, and your snowfall goes from a 6 to 10 hour event to a 10 to 18 hour event, right? So without that setup, you don't have that out west. So you don't have that setup, you don't have that environment. So your trough remains more very much more progressive. Sunday, Monday, one storm at a time. No thoughts yet. It looks like a progressive front to me right now. But we'll hold off on that. But that's going to be a challenge, as are most things in life. Okay, let me start getting this all set up. We got this all done. Good. I'll put in the map here. I like using the articles version on X. Kind of gives me a different display here. Let's see, here it is. And then we're going to most likely shut down between 10 and 10:30, so like another hour more, because I have to take care of some Christmas stuff. And also, the bulk of this event is going to be pretty well laid out. The overall expectations of this storm have worked out really nicely. Although I am surprised by the intensity of the snowfall up in Wayne, in Pennsylvania. That's some impressive stuff. Yeah. Oh wow, that's a good point. Next storm is on Christmas Eve. That would be a hell of a Christmas present. So you're seeing here some of the weakening taking place down to the south, weaker warm air transport. Now it's all focused here. Light snow, steady pace. Newark now is at more of that rain snow mix. Over here, 34 degrees, rain. Yeah, everything's melted out here now. Yeah, I'm getting some pictures from Wayne County. It's pretty nice out there. Also, want to send a big happy birthday out to Tom Moore. He writes the Something Moors every Friday. He does a great job. Today is his birthday, so if you see him on X or on Facebook or whatnot, definitely give him a happy birthday. Outstanding meteorologist. We're really lucky to have him provide those stories for us, kind of give us an idea. And last week he did the Boxer Day blizzard and took some of my. I actually watched some of my old videos, and I was like, wow, this is just uncanny. It just felt weird watching my old self doing what I normally do, but now it's even better, better graphics and everything. Although I did do more drawing, so. With region wide, there you go. That's going to be good. Region wide snow accumulation. Stay there. We don't want to go any more detail than that for now. Alright, that's good. I'm going to change too much in the forecast here. I kind of like where I'm at with a lot of this. Sometimes I retype all of it, sometimes I don't. It just kind of depends on how I feel or the forecast is at. Okay. I can't believe tomorrow's Christmas Eve already. Is that crazy or what? Good. Okay, let's see here. Okay, should really Christmas Eve. I should put it here tomorrow night. Low temperatures look good. Cold front. That looks good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. How are our observations looking? We're not really warming all that much any further in north. We're at 32, 32, still in the upper 20s to the lower 30s over northeastern Pennsylvania. We're 33 or above freezing now in Trenton. I'm surprised we're still getting snow observations in Trenton, considering everyone else is going to rain. Still pretty good moderate snow in Somerville. That must be that banding. See if we got any new observations out here. Make sure I share this. That's just classic. Big flakes at 9:10 a.m. in Stamford, Connecticut. Let's see, heavy snow in Parsippany. Again, notice something very important here. Let me zoom in. Snow in the grass, not much. Look at that pavement remaining wet. There's our truck. So a little bit on looks like a parking lot. Got grass, grass, but your treated roadways are pretty much staying wet. So if you laid treatment down, you're good. If you didn't, not so good. Let's see here. Yeah, I could see lifting absolutely some more graphic lifting enhancing what's going on in Wayne. That's a good point. Probably, let's see here. Steve, the storm about 10 days ago overperformed. This one looks like it could overperform in northern areas. Is this a potential trend for the winters? I think it is. I'm trying to play catch up to it. I think that the subtropical jet stream involved in these events is a little bit more robust than what you would consider. And I think that's a factor. Um, so yeah, I definitely think that is definitely a factor that I'm trying to work with the next storm. You don't want to have the same fight with um, the previous storm, right? You don't want to be caught in that, but it certainly is catching my eye. I'll put it that way. It certainly is. But you don't want to overdo it either. Like if you try to compensate for that and then you overcompensate, then you're going to be overperform. You're going to be over forecasting, and then you end up with a bust that way, which is not good. I mean, just look at the forecast here for the low temperatures on Friday morning. They are at least 30 to 40 degrees colder than what we were looking at just a couple of days ago. Lower to mid teens over the interior, upper teens to lower 20s in the suburbs. And let's see here. Yeah, lower in the mid 20s along the coast. Geez, that's severely colder than what we were having beforehand. So definitely going that way. Okay, what else we got here? I'm decide the morning coffee for when I start work in a couple of minutes. Decide between chocolate raspberry or peanut butter cup. Not bad. 29 current temperature, light snow 35. We're still at 34.2, so it's not exactly like we're warm around here. Saturday. Actually, I'm going to go. I'm going to redo Saturday's forecast. Coast with periods of snow mixing with sleet and rain at times. Kind of go make those little adjustments. Temperatures will range from the Saturday to mid 20s, interior upper 20s to lower 30s along the coast. High temperatures. So what I might do on Christmas morning, doing updates, then I'll be MIA for the mid morning and afternoon, and then come back in the evening and do more updates. That's probably what I'm going to be doing. Snow has picked up in Kin- Kinlinton, Kinellen, okay, after a brief slowdown, an inch and counting. There we go. Thank you, James. Uh, yeah, this is setting up a pretty good event up in here. And let's see here. Newark is still reporting rain snow at 34. That snow line's being stubborn back and forth. The cold front on Sunday, that still looks pretty good. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Average mid 30s coast. High temperatures. Oops. Range. Can't type now. Great. Let's see here. And upper raised lower. I would not be surprised. That's a little too warm. I will wait. Monday and Tuesday are freezing. Pressure. Clear skies. Fix this here. And over to mid 20 coast. High temperatures. Mid 30s along the coast. That works. That looks really good. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a lot of banding in this. That's impressive. Nice little waves here. See, burst, slow down. Look at that wave. Very nice. From roughly Monmouth County on northward, just waves and waves of moderate snow back and forth, but very marginal temperatures. That's why I was saying, as long as you have treatment down, it's going to take care of a lot of this because the temperatures are so moderate and the snowfall is so wet. Nasty out. Yeah. Let's see here. Snow picked up. Northeast Morris County. You have to work on the pronunciations. Yeah, I'm horrible at that. Yes, I do agree with. Uh, Kinnelon. Kinnelon. Kinc. Kinnelon. That's why I don't do TV. I probably would butcher that all day, every day. Although it could be a running theme on TV. You could do that. Let's see here. Some nice big flakes falling in North Brunswick, New Jersey, coating the snow on the ground. Crawford, New York update. 1.6 inches, moderate snow, 31 degrees. So that's working out well. Temperatures. Two. Temperatures range from the to mid 20s over the interior, 20s to lower 30s along the coast. No torch for New Year's Eve. That's for sure. As I said to one of my friends, the only torch you'll need is what's by the fireplace. You're getting there, almost there. Not sticking, but snow really picking up in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. There we go. I'm going to check out YouTube in just a moment. I just want to get this out here, get the public forecast out there. It's the last thing I have to do as far as products, so to speak. Products. I love when they mention products. I always have this thought in my head, like, what am I selling something? And it's like, yeah, you. I never thought of it like that. Just sharing information, but information is a product. That's a good point. Uh, there's that. So if you're traveling on Christmas Eve, no real travel concerns. Just watch out for some slick spots and black ice, stuff like that. But overall, the roadway should be fine. Plenty of visibility, all that good stuff. I'm not concerned about anything on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, or any of that time period. It's afterwards that we're going to have to work on and really dive into. So let's see, there's that. We could send everything out. One, there we go. Two, there, that's done. Send all the information out, and away we go. I don't know why, but Facebook always takes the longest to load up new content. And you know why? It's because they're always trying to push some sort of advertisement, pain in the neck. Like, just post it. There it is. That's good. That's done. Go through the whole wave. I tried doing like one of those all in one, but I didn't like it because it kept on adjusting like the images and stuff. And because every platform has a different um, setup on how it likes to feature its images. So if you try to shoehorn it all into one thing, then it's just going to be a mess. Let's see here. Good. One more to go. And then I'm going to follow up and see what everyone's asking. 29 right now. Not bad. Okay. This is the last thing. I hope. Yep. There it is. Okay. How did I do proof? Let's see. Oh, wow. Hey, by the way, my pro football picks this week, I actually went 13-3. Nice. I gotta do that later on too, or tomorrow, something like that. Let's see what we have here. Any clients? No, that looks good. Start that first. Okay. Let's see what they got on YouTube. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see here. Start up here. Where was I last? Rain to snow. That. Okay. Watching from Manchester Township, New Jersey, about 20 minutes. Then turn. Okay. Love your analysis. Thank you. I appreciate it. Snow's accumulating quick in Staten Island, probably 1 to 2 inches an hour. Really? Huh. Very heavy, almost white out. Let's pull up. Uh, let's see here. So it looks like that band right there. That band right there produced a heavy burst right over Staten Island, apparently. Let's see here. Oh no, I remember the Boxer Day. That was a lot of fun. I also remember how stunningly accurate you were in regarding the gradient and banding in your forecast. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. That was a challenge. That was a lot of coffee and headaches. Half an inch in southern New York City right now. Really, super heavy band over us. Um, let's see. Yeah, I'm still going. Currently no snow or nor rain in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Just rain in Lakewood. Hotwood, great. Uh, Crazy heavy band of snow slamming East Brunswick right now. 0 0.2 inches in Swarthmore, PA. We'll wait on Friday's event. About 4 inches and big flakes coming down in Woodbury, Orange County. Greeley, PA, 3 inches plus and still snowing. Be careful. Yeah, absolutely. Be careful with driving out there. So basically, this area right here is just featuring intense banding taking shape. And that lines up. Let's see what the front Genesis looks like at 850 millibars now. Not much of change. Huh. 925? No, not really. It's all driven at 700 millibars. There must be a band somewhere in between here. Between 700 and 850, somewhere. But it looks like it's driven mostly by this right here. Impressive. So you're basically getting this burst right in here from northeastern Pennsylvania through northern New Jersey into New York City. Zoom out a little bit, you can see that whole setup here, right here. Boom. Very light here, rain here, intense gradient right here. So if you overlay it, or just rain over here, you can see that whole thing playing out very nicely. Right there. Now it's not snowing here in Monmouth County, so that's clearly an error. So far, so good in that. Let's see. Top chat, live chat. Let's see. But I'm surprised by the half an inch in New York City report. I mean, I was going to trace to an inch, so I guess it shouldn't be too surprised. But just given the boundary layer, this must be on some grass or something. Let's zoom in and see what's going on here. LaGuardia is at 35. Teterboro's at 34. Cadwell's at 33. Moderate snow, maybe even heavy snow here in Morristown. Let's see if we can get Manhattan. Central Park's at 36. It's reporting light rain now. Brooklyn's reporting light rain at 36. I'm not getting any observations here on Staten Island, but the closest one is Linden, and they got light snow. So I'm willing to bet they're at 33. I wouldn't be surprised if they're like 34, 34, 33 around here. And then up in Manhattan, you know, 36. They're probably rain, rain, rain. And then rain, snow here in Newark. And then you get that burst of snow with that heavy banding. Teterborough's getting that rain snow mix. Chicago's down to light snow now, 32. So basically, our main event's up here. It's basically going forward now, it's basically the focus right here. So that's what we're going to be focusing on over the next 40 minutes or so before we come to an end. But yeah, that's where we're seeing our best banding. So we're seeing our best lifting. It's also where I was forecasting the most snow up in here. This is a little bit, this is definitely going to verify now. We definitely got, if we got a half, even a tenth of an inch here in New York City, then, well, some of you guys who really focus on those statistics are going to be very happy. Let's see here. Let's see. Stewartville, New Jersey. 930, 0.9 inches on the snowboard. Let's see what we have here. Okay, just double checking to make sure. I am not a big fan of the new X thing because sometimes it just sends out erroneous stuff. But that's okay. We're working on it. Now it's back to moderate snow in Queens. I bet you they're in that banding now. We'll take off the winter mask again. Load that up. Yeah, there's another burst right there. That's diving in. Let's see if the HRR is picking up on any of this because there was that signal. Yep, there's that erosion. The warm air does win this fight. That still hasn't changed. What I'm making sure is that is there anything in the HRR guidance that would suggest, hey, this is going to stay colder? Nope. There's our steady moderation, taking right over as we steadily rise. And again, we're not going to be incredibly warm today. We're talking about mid to upper 30s, but still enough to have that changeover. So we're definitely seeing that shift. But if you're around this area, um, I would definitely like around Essex, East Orange, Newark, as you head up towards Hot Hamburg, Franklin, Oakland, like a lot of these areas. It's the roadways aren't going to be horrendous, but just use some caution and just beware of those road conditions. So we're now up to 34. See, the warm air's winning this fight. Now we're above freezing in all these locations. Okay, with moderate snow. This is heavy snow in Teterboro, but you're at 34, right? So the heavy snow is going to help to help that accumulation. But as long as you have treatment on the ground, you're pretty much in a good place. So that is what we're seeing right now. Snowing like crazy in Staten Island. That's really surprising to see that half an inch. It looks like I'm going more than verify on that. I was thinking a trace to 1 inch. Definitely going to get that. Let's see if there's any other observations here on X. No, just people sharing the story. That's fine. Rain in Brooklyn now. I think the HRR did pretty good. Namber did okay. It was a little bit too warm. European guidance did really good once it picked up under 90 hours. It really did a good job of picking up on the details. So when you guys put down like whether it's moderate snow, rain, whatever, if it's moderate snow, let me know if it's moderate snow with accumulation. That would be an interesting observation because I'm willing to. I had moderate snow out here in Freehold, but literally 99% of it did not accumulate. Maybe a little bit on some of the plants and the grass outside, but that was pretty much about it. Okay, make sure. Good, good. Just checking to see if there's any. Okay, that's good. Pick up my. Let's see here. Just going over some data, making sure missing anything. Let's see here. Are there any reports of sleet? Not so far. Not many. Any news? Yeah, I like the way this is set up, though. No accumulation at all. Okay, so that's good to know. So basically, what we're seeing is that whole process working out in the mid levels, and that's going to continue to evolve until we clean out the cold air at 850 millibars. You're going to continue to waver between rain and snow, but the lower levels, here's where you can really get a good idea on. This is the wet bulb here. This is where you're going to have your best chance for your snow accumulation. Because this is where everything's completely saturated. You're below freezing. Where? Exactly where I put it. Northwestern New Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, right here. Around here, if you wet bulb completely, that means you completely saturate the atmosphere. You're still above freezing. In some cases, significantly so. Long Island, you're between 34 and 36, completely wet bulb. Around Northeast New Jersey, between 32 and 34, so 33. Okay, so that's exactly what we're seeing here in the observations. Okay, so you're getting your heavy precipitation, but look at your dew point. Here we are in just got updated 7 minutes ago in Morristown. You're seeing moderate snow, but your dew point's at 34. Your temperature's at 34. So you completely maximized the evaporational cooling effect. Now you're above freezing by 2 degrees. And if you put treatment down, you're in a good place because the treatment should warm up the pavement to 36, 38, maybe even 40. And that would eliminate your snow accumulation in that respect. And then you just kind of waver back and forth between a light and moderate snow with the banding. So that's working out pretty nicely. So we are at 10 a.m. Probably go about another 30 minutes. And then overall, the forecast has worked out nicely. I'm not seeing anything that would, excuse me, change my thinking. I do want to thank the new subscribers this morning. This is outstanding. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I made sure that you guys were all accessed in there. It's one of the things I'm working on with the uh, system is getting people into the software faster, into the website faster. Okay. Okay, anything new? Let's see. Nope, that's good. Let's see if we got anything new on X in terms of observations. Ah, we do. Okay, good morning, Jersey. A trace of snow on green surfaces in Greenwood Heights and Sunset Park, Brooklyn, around 9:30 a.m. No accumulation on the roadways. About half an inch of good packing snow here in Northeast Pennsylvania. Not bad. Let's see, where is that at? Sugarloaf. All right. Observations are rolling in. Notice as this precipitation drops to the south, to the southeast, it's losing its intensity. Most likely, what's happening is as the winds are shifting more to a southerly component, you're getting a little bit of orographic lifting in here, along with the banding via the frontogenesis. And so you're getting those two enhancements, which is driving this, but you're losing that enhancement down here. And because it's so strong up here, now you're starting to get subsidence here. which means our precipitation is likely going to start to weaken a bit more as this continues to keep going. And it's basically lined right in that warning zone. There's a good chance of pushing over 6 inches in here. And the model guidance, even the mesoscale guidance was going, at most 4 inches up here. Now we're possibly talking 10 inches in some of the National Weather Service forecast analysis. So the environment is also a lot different. You're talking about upper 20s to lower 30s here. Your wet bulb is below 30, in some cases in the mid 20s. Northwest New Jersey, your dew points at 28, probably wet bulb to around 30 or so. Moderate snow, half mile visibility. But then once you get down towards northeast New Jersey, that's when you start to rise above that. And that's where the snow accumulation becomes more difficult to pull off. As of 9:55 a.m., 1 inch of snow measured. Temperature 34 in North Hazleton, New Jersey, located in northern portion of Lower Passaic County. Perfect. Thank you, Keith. Outstanding. That looks pretty good. Forecast. I am very happy about that. So as we move forward, okay, we'll see this event slowly come to an end. Let's pull up the latest HRR real fast, and we'll see if we can refresh this. See if we got new data yet. It's just starting to come out, so we'll go to the 13-hour. And again, you can see the gradual warming taking place at the coastal plain, changing everything over to all rain. Snow continuing over northwest New Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, the Catskills, Hudson River Valley, northwestern Connecticut. By this afternoon, it's all done. So by 4 o'clock, you're done completely. And then you're quiet for this afternoon, evening. So that's working out pretty well. And then we watch our event setting up. See if we got any new 06Z data. Might as well check that out, see what that looks like. See what that's showing up here. Okay, so there's our event for this morning. Pretty quiet for Christmas, Christmas Eve and Christmas. There's our strong high pressure system. Friday morning, very strong, 1032, building down. Here comes our clipper. And it's definitely colder on the 06Z run. Look at that snow building all the way down into Philadelphia now and southern New Jersey. Still rain around Cape May. Watch out for ice around southeastern Pennsylvania. And this keeps its snow around New York City for almost the whole thing. The heaviest portion of it on Saturday morning. It looks like I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter Friday night to Saturday. Um, Look at that burst. This is the heaviest snowfalls taking place. This is 06Z European. So you're getting the warm air surging, but with your old primary giving way, your new low pressure system, and the fact you have your high pressure locked in, driving your cold air southward. There you go. So a real mess setting up for the I-95 corridor Friday night into Saturday morning. Very light precipitation Saturday afternoon. But you essentially have a hybrid Miller B. You got a trough, You have a clipper coming in that redevelops on the coast. But the primary difference between this one and other events is you have this strong high pressure system now locking in that cold air. Let the games begin. 12Z data should be fun to watch. And we can really break into all the data. In the meantime, first snowpack now. That's another factor to factor in here. Maybe those high temperatures are not going to be as high um, going forward for Christmas Day. I have to consider that, at least for the interior. Precipitation is slowly starting to drop south and east. So that's working out nicely. March snow beginning to lightening up at 10:03 a.m. in North Halden, New Jersey. Moderate snow here in North Halden has been and is continuing to accumulate. Steady accumulation. And more further observations here. Oh, here we go. Light snow in Edison, New Jersey. Let's see what this looks like. There we go. There's our light snow. Notice how big the flakes are here. Nice big flakes. It's about a half an inch. Pretty good, nice layer. Bad. That's the difference in suburbs. You got more areas to accumulate. Very nice. I wonder if we can get another look and see if there's any roadways in this video. It's all backyard. Okay. Just wanted to see if there was like any pictures of like any pavement. Doesn't look like it. That's okay. Wood is something I would definitely consider to be cold as far as like a cold surface, as opposed to pavement, which retains heat more. So warning for 2 to 4 more inches in North Wayne County, PA now. Yeah, I mean, I definitely plan on doing the impact map this afternoon. Um, no doubt about that. I've been saying that all morning. I just didn't want to have this and then that at the same time. I kind of wanted to clear this one out, which I'll have that done by this afternoon, and we'll have the new impact map out, and I'll have that all played out. Uh, by then, I'll have the low level dynamics better handled, so that should work out pretty nice. Mute this here. There we go. So that's my goal with that, definitely. Let's see here. See, it's mostly a mix and I'm gonna butcher this so bad. Mam or Mamaronick, New York. That's got to be on Long Island. No accumulation. Very wet snow. All right, so you guys want to see the GFS? All right. I'll show you. See the GFS. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what the GFS looks like. Oh, on it. Hold on. So let me try this. Here we go. Let's see what the GFS does here. Oh, tries to do the same thing. It's not that far off from the European. I just don't think that it's some of the snowfall totals are like a foot of snow. I, that's a little bit hard to believe considering how fast it's moving. but it's not that far off now. The 06Z guidance is not that far off from the European. European is not that far off from the GFS. I'd probably just stay away from any type of extreme output. But it's generally showing the same theme here, which means I'm not going to get much sleep. Me and old St. Nick are going to be up at the same time, I think. We're both going to be working. Well, St. Nick will be sleeping at that point. He'll be home. His job is done. Mine will just start beginning. Uh, let's see. Curious to see. Light rain may be mixing and 0 inches in Hudson. Okay. Curious to see the snowfall reports after this event because currently light rain may be mixed and 0 inches here in Hudson County, New Jersey, just across from New York City. Guess a combination of warm air transport, warm air advection, and urban heat islands screwed us over. Yes and no. I think it's also a factor of just where the um, lifting parameters all set up with each one of these waves. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Again, extremely marginal. If you don't get enhancement from that message from the mid-level forcing, you're not going to get a lot of accumulation in this environment because you're so marginal. 32 to 35, any type of warming or a reduction of the precipitation rate is just going to lead to wet pavement. Um, but as you head off further north and west, that's where you have a good shot. So you're kind of getting this hit and miss type of scenario here play out. Overall, it's working. The overall idea, though, is working out nicely. Each passing hour, just waiting for the newest observations. Now in Newark, just 3 minutes ago, 35 degrees, dew point 32. So now we wet bulb to around 33, 34. Let's see here. We're getting light snow. Any type of treatment's going to keep this wet. No, 33, wet bulb, maybe 32, 32 and a half. Uh, Light snow's been reported. We'll have IFR conditions, that is for sure. Notice the winds now are starting to develop more out of the south as a warm front takes over. Sussex, you're up to moderate snow still. They're definitely going to verify pretty nicely. But now we're in the mid to upper 30s here around Philadelphia. So you can see that warm air just taking over. Same thing on Long Island. Mid to upper 30s now on Long Island. So the warm air, the surface warm air is definitely winning this fight. It's just that the mesoscale banding is helping to create that mixture back and forth. Let's see. It's a Festivus miracle. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice little. We had a nice little burst of snow here around Freehold. I'm enjoying it. Our neck. Holy crap! That's how do you say that? You have to live there to know how to say that. Our neck. Our neck. Holy smokes! Yeah, I would not have gotten that in the first try. In Brooklyn, it was mostly rain around 8 a.m. with snow mixing back in the past 2 hours. Now changing back over to rain. Yeah, I'm been getting that theme quite a bit. Let's see here. Eric Victor, let me go share this. This is in Chester, New York. 3.2 inches as of 10 a.m., 31 degrees. Nice. Verification. Very nice. There we go. Price Township, Poconos, temperature rising, now 30, and light to moderate snow. I haven't checked the 12s yet. I don't check all these models. I wait until I get everything in and then I start picking what I want to look at. But when I have more time, that's why I'm waiting for this afternoon because then I go look at various points. What I want to do Now I look at the surface. I want to look at the orientation of the trough. That still remains the same. I want to look at the thermal gradient at 850 millibars down to the surface in the vertical. Okay, I want to see that vertical analysis, um, and then each level, what that looks like. So that way I can get the good parameters of the lifting, both vertically and horizontally. So that way then we can get a good idea of all the rising motion in the atmosphere that would support banding, and then how that would influence snow ratios. Let's see here. I want to wait to see. I want to get more confirmation on the Staten Island observations. I'm hearing some wild stuff. Everything from a trace to 2 inches. No, I mean, I'm already doing the live coverage. I'm not going to do the video too because I'm doing all this. I'm on. Holy smokes, it's coming on 5 hours. Well, got 5 hours of content. I think that's pretty good. But yeah, I'll be back to doing the regular videos tomorrow. Actually, I'll probably do a premium public video for Christmas Eve, along with the NFL forecast. So I'll have a lot of content out tomorrow. This afternoon, I'll do the impact map for. Actually, let's see here. First, get the observations for today. Do a post review of the snowfall either this afternoon or this evening, depending on how fast observations come out from the National Weather Service. Um, then do the impact map for Friday, Saturday for premium members, and then do all the discussions and do the NFL picks tomorrow. I'll probably work on them today, just kind of get an idea. Um, and then we go from there. But no, I don't want to do another video. I want to kind of rest my voice and then be back at it again. So I decided if I'm going to do live coverage, I wasn't going to do the 2 videos as well today because I'm doing all the live coverage now. And I've gone over a lot of technical stuff too. So some of you guys got some good stuff. Preview of what I do every day in the premium videos. Okay. All right. Let's see. Do I even have the icon in here? Let's see if I even have it in here. I know they have the icon. I just don't know whether. Let's see. Let's see. Here we are. This one will work. Let's see. Is this? Nope. Nope. Not what I wanted. Oh, actually, you know what? This ought to be good. This is the 12Z icon. Let's take a look with this high pressure. Let's look at this high pressure. Oh, wow. Okay, so even the icon takes our high pressure. All right, so that's that. There is our high pressure for this storm. Okay. 1032, 1031. It has decayed signal. It's up to about 84 hours. You know what? This is going to end up warmer. Look how far north it has this. It causes the high pressure system to retreat faster. So if you have this, then you get your redevelopment. You got a weak cade here. Let's see if they have 2 meter temperatures. Let's see if I can zoom in. Okay, we'll do this. Yeah, the icon is much warmer because it doesn't enhance the high pressure, so it doesn't drive the Arctic air in. So you end up with a lot more rain in this forecast, much warmer environment. But also the surface low is far too far north. So I don't like that either. So throwing the icon out. And hold it. History. Let me go back. Let's see. 500 millibar vorticity. No. No, I'm throwing the icon out. Doesn't put enough convergence and confluence in the upper levels. Skip it. Let's see here. Let's see. Looking over to see any more information. Exactly. Different from 0Z to 060. Snow. Southern Staten Island, grass covered and snow. Walkways and sidewalkways fine. Cars need to be dusted off. Hope that helps your observations. Thank you, Lenny. That's outstanding. That helps a lot. Maybe it's North Staten Island where they got that heavy burst. That could definitely be it. I think that next, that's why I want to wait to see what this Arctic air looks like. If the Arctic air invades on Friday morning, if we are in the upper teens to lower 20s around here, you fundamentally shift your thermal gradient further south, which means your cyclogenesis must be further south, which also means the initialized storm track has to be further south because this means that the stronger high pressure system is in place. We're talking about like 1034 millibars. A low pressure system, especially a clipper, is not going to run straight into a high pressure system. It doesn't work like that. It's going to get forced to the south, and your redevelopment is going to be further south. So that's why I want to get a better idea of what the boundary layer looks like. Um, and then, at least synoptically, then as we get closer mesoscale wise, using the NAM, I'll play with the RFF to see if that works. But saying that the NAM, I'll probably start using that to get a better idea on mesoscale banding. Not necessarily on the details, but just okay, what is your mesoscale banding? And then we go from there. But we'll see how that works out. Again, I want to kind of see how everything plays out. But the fact that we have a 50 upper level low around 50 north, 50 west is huge because that enhances your surface high pressure system in the St. Lawrence River Valley and because of convergence and confluence. So, uh, where are you? Here we are. I told it. Let me, where are you? Here we are. Okay. Let me just refresh this real fast. There we go. Okay. So, this right here makes all the difference. Okay. 90 hours out. This right here. Now, it's probably a little convoluted, but you get the idea below normal heights here. Why is that important? You see how this comes in? See how this kind of packs in here? See that? That's called convergence. So, what you have here is all the support for a strengthening high pressure system, which means that any Arctic air that is sitting here is getting driven south. That's why the model guidance is trending because it finally picked up on this that I've been picking up on for 2 weeks and saying, oh, yeah, there's a block. Let me shift everything south along with the cold air. That's why. If this was up here, let's say this upper level low, this whole structure was up towards Iceland, like up in here, then this wouldn't be an issue. That high pressure system would shift out to around Newfoundland and it wouldn't matter, and you'd end up with a warm pattern and temperatures in the 40s. But because you have your upper level low here, it locks in the high pressure system, drives the cold air south, and away you go. That's why we're seeing these changes in the guidance. Little tiny details. understand the pattern you're in, and you're able to pick this stuff out. At the same time, in this environment, we also know that this whole setup here is not supportive of a slow moving low pressure system because you have no ridge here, you have a ridge just out here. This is essentially warm air transport at the mid levels running into an Arctic air mass, 100% driven by isotropic lifting and also progressive. So you put those factors in as your guard lines, okay, as far as your forecast and what to expect, and then you put in the wild cards, enhancement of isotropic lifting, the nature of the cold air mass being transported southward, and you have to work all that stuff out over the next couple of days. Meanwhile, temperatures, southern central New Jersey were pretty much done, mid to upper 30s, no big deal there. Now, the next thing we're going to watch for is a change over here in northeastern New Jersey. We're seeing the reports of moderate snow, heavy snow in Teterboro, moderate snow in Morristown, but notice your temperatures are all above freezing, which means your icing capability is going to work out beautifully. You're putting down the salt or de-icer or whatever. Up towards northwestern New Jersey, working out perfectly, upper 20s to lower 30s. So you got your snow accumulation at a steady pace. Rain snow here in Newark. Okay, temperatures above freezing. So that rain snow line is just continuously pushing northward now. Nothing really to stop because there's no high pressure to the north of us stopping the warm air from winning this fight. Let me see here. Why do models struggle so much with details? Uh, well, because the reason why I can see the setup is because I screwed up so many times. I have like 20 some odd years of experience of seeing these signals and then kind of picking up on them and learning from them. Um, at the same time, models have a limitation on several fronts: resolution, observations, um, chaos. So, a combination of those three alone, I don't care what model, AI or not, you're going to have struggles with that. You could statistically average them out if you want, but there's always going to be that struggle. And it's not always the same model. Sometimes a European has a hard time struggling with things. It varies, it goes back and forth. So that's why you have a struggle with that. And again, there's just way too many models out there sometimes. Like you don't need like 10 models. You don't need to check 10 models. All you need to do is understand the environment you're in. And then you could take pretty much any model, look at it really quickly, and then throw it out real fast based on physical laws. So there's usually in certain environments, there are models I tend to like to use um, depending on what I'm looking for. But like for example, I won't look at the NAM to figure out the synoptic pattern, synoptic question. I use the NAM for what it's used for, mesoscale questions. So I'll use the NAM when I want to figure out the banding within a storm or the potential for mesoscale banding within, not necessarily the details. The HRR I could use more details as we're getting like 6 hours out and stuff like that. The European and GFS, more synoptic questions, and figure those out. Guys, I do prefer the European because statistically it performs the best. If the GFS performed the best, I would use it more. But the GFS is literally the worst performing synoptic model out there. Not my fault. It just is what it is. So again, we'll see how all that plays out as we are. I'll do one more run through on the observations, and then I think we'll call it a day, as pretty much everything is evolving as I was expecting for this threat. But again, our focus now is northern half of New Jersey, the northern third, because central New Jersey and southern New Jersey are all above freezing. So Long Island is driving above freezing. They're in the mid to upper 30s now. So they're going from rain, a little bit of rain snow mix, but no one's supporting all snow. Newark is now reporting a rain snow mix. Temperatures are above freezing. And we're pushing to that point in interior northeastern New Jersey, where we're at that freezing point, 32, 34, and with snow falling in, but a lot of difficult accumulation because temperatures are so warm, between 32 and 34. As we go further north into northwestern New Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, this is where our cold air is locked in, with temperatures in the upper 20s to lower 30s. On the radar, this is enhanced by a combination of, here, let me refresh this. There we go. This is a combination of both orographic lifting and also mesoscale lifting via the frontogenesis at 700 millibars. But notice as we dive into northern New Jersey, that weakens. This will continue to give way to rain as this whole thing slides off. And by this afternoon, we're pretty much above freezing for everyone except for northeastern Pennsylvania, northwestern New Jersey, the Catskills, Hudson Highlands, Hudson River Valley. That's where we're right around freezing the rest of the day. Everyone else is above freezing and changed over to rain. So if you're looking for most of your snowfall, again, this is working out pretty nicely here. Let me zoom out real fast. Rain for the whole event, that worked out nicely. That traced to an inch, worked out pretty nicely over central New Jersey, Philadelphia, New York City. You've seen around a trace or so. Curious to see whether Central Park picks up a trace or a tenth of an inch. See what they observe. But we got some reports in Staten Island actually going over an inch. We'll see how that verifies. Long Island also worked out pretty nicely. Um, Up towards northeastern New Jersey, again, that 1 to 3 inch snowfall. A lot of it is not accumulating on the roadways from what we're hearing, but certainly on cold surfaces. Any type of tree surfaces should be pretty good. Same thing back to Allentown, Hazleton. And then up towards our deep snow area, 3 to 6 inches of snow. Working out very nicely up here in northeastern Pennsylvania, but it's actually going to exceed above those snowfall totals. Poughkeepsie's looking pretty good uh, for those snowfall totals. Scranton, and of course, we're talking about northwestern New Jersey, Sparta, all that. East Stroudsburg looks like it's going to verify over 3 inches pretty nicely, given all the observations and what we're seeing. So that's where we're standing with this storm. Um, and that's where we're playing out with this. It's a little bit past 10:30. We got all the observations here. All morning. So I have, daughter sent it. Uh, I have my daughter send you a picture on Facebook, but it appears that we are pretty close to 10 inches. Nice. Wow, that mesoscale banding really worked out up there. I want to see that. That's awesome. Um, So overall, forecast is working out pretty well. I'm going to come to an end on live coverage as we are over 5 hours, and I'm going to get some green tea and fix up my voice, and we'll be back at it this afternoon with more details on our next storm and see how that plays out. That should be fun. In the meantime, thank you all for joining me. Thank you for the observations. I appreciate it. And as always, stay safe out there.